Good morning. Hope everybody is doing well this afternoon. I personally am dealing with a little bit of depression, and so I've been having kind of one of those days. And I figured I really needed to come in anyways. I have so much things I have to do today, so I'm also going to be doing my nails while we work with this. But this has been a topic that has been really all over everywhere lately for me. And so I figured we'll go ahead and discuss it again. There is so much confusion and so much misinformation out there. So many different problems that we're having with the understandings going on here. And so I figured it would be kind of a good idea to go ahead and come back in with it, right? So here we are. Again, I'm going to be doing other things while we do this just because it makes it a little bit easier for me and because I have other things that I need to do anyways right now. These are some subjects, guys. These are some subjects that I find, hey, get out of there. You're not supposed to be in there. My cat's trying to get into my supposed to be closed off laundry room. Just a lot of stuff, right? Just a lot of stuff. I've been dealing with a lot myself lately. It's been a pretty rough go. And my depression is really killing me right now. Not the right phrasing. My depression is really hard for me right now. And so it's just been a kind of rough few days. I hope everybody, though, is doing well and that the things that everybody is dealing with are getting lighter in their world, right? Thank you so much. And that's the insidious thing about depression, I think, is that it really kind of, you think that you've got a kick on it and then you've been able to figure out how to get it through, and then something else just switches and it decides that it's going to do this instead, and so just dealing. But all of that said, it's just other things to do, right? Other things to do. I'm really not in to people's shit today. So if you're going to be shitty, we're just going to toss it right out, right? So whether or not Egypt enslaved a religion doesn't give that religion the ability, and they weren't actually that religion at that time, right? Doesn't give that religion the ability to commit genocide against another people. Just because somebody has been through trauma doesn't give them just because somebody's been through trauma doesn't give them the right to inflict trauma on others. Just because people have been through a genocide, does that mean that they should be able to genocide other people? Is that what that means to you? That because somebody has been harmed, it gives them the right to harm other people? Is that what that means to you? Because it makes it easier for what you do to other people, right? If somebody has been through trauma, does that mean it's okay for them to traumatize others? Because that's not logical, not moral, and not ethical, right? So, I think that there's a lot of thought process behind that. I mean, it doesn't give somebody the right to harm others. It's not war. It's not war, right? It is literally, in fact, a genocide. It is literally, in fact, refugees overthrowing the government of the country that they were refugees within and deciding to genocide the people of the country that they were refugees in. Just for a second, just for a little tiny second, I want you to wrap your brain about the fact that We're dealing with refugees who overthrew the government of the country that they were in and are now genociding the people of the country that they are in, right? Hamas is not Palestine any more than Israel is the Jewish people, right? Hamas is a terrorist organization within Palestine, just like Israel is a terrorist organization within the Judaic people. They're two different subjects, right? There is a limit, and it's like 30, and like I keep having to delete mods to add mods. So what we're going to do instead is pretty simple, actually. Hold on just one second. We're going to take care of this because it does tend to be one of those trolly nasty areas when we get into this stuff, right? Actually, Israel placed Hamas as Palestinians' leadership base. Israel is the reason that Hamas is in control in Palestine, not Palestine. That's all on Israel, just like it's on Israel that they colonized Canaan, which is Palestine, and they brutalized the Canaanites during the colonization of the Canaanites, which again is Palestine. And after they brutalized the Canaanites in the colonization of Canaan, which again is Palestine, they committed genocide for generations and documented it in their historical texts, which we call the Bible, right? Documented in the Torah, the colonization, and documented the genocide that they conducted and documented the manifest destiny that they utilized to conduct that genocide. God said it's our land, and we said that there were people already there, but God said take it anyways, right? Documenting that within their thought process. Thank you so much, Aria. Documented that within their thought process. And after they documented this horrific genocide that they committed, right? Because that's what they did. They documented a horrific genocide that they were committing. They documented raping women. They documented destroying cities. They documented genociding a people. And after they documented that genocide and other people colonized them and ended up kicking them out of that space, they came into that space again as refugees to a space that a people who had been indigenous to that space for millennia upon millennia have finally overthrown the next set of conquerors who come in, which would have been the Ottoman Empire, overthrew the Ottoman Empire. And after the Palestinians overthrew their foreign occupying government of the Ottoman Empire, which were the colonizers in that area, they allowed Judaic refugees to come within to their space because Judaic people were being harmed and a genocide was being committed against them. And they wanted to ensure that the Judaic people weren't having to deal with that genocide. And in their kindness and love, they invited refugees into their country, right? And then the refugees within that country decided to overthrow the government of that country and decided to recolonize that country, something that they had done from the beginning, because this is a space that they documented colonizing and documented the horrific colonization that they committed against this country 3,000 years ago, right? So after they overthrow the government as refugees within a space, overthrow the government of that space, they start genociding the people of that space yet again, right? So again, we are dealing with an ongoing genocide that the Israeli state has been committing against the Canaanites or the Palestinian descendants of the Canaanites for over 3,000 years, using manifest destiny, the same form of horrific justification that was used by the church to colonize the rest of the globe later on, right? This is our first evidence of manifest destiny based on Yahweh. This first evidence of manifest destiny based on the God that three great religions follow, three major religions, not great, three major religions follow, right? So the first documentation of manifest destiny, the first documented genocide based on this God's belief that you can do that. Hold on a second, my daughter. One second, everybody. I don't know if you can see me. Sorry about that. Child tries to call me after she knows I'm already in a live. So after they document the horrific genocide that they're committing in the first place, right? And after documenting this horrific genocide that they're committing in the first place, they then, continue to document the horrific genocide that they're committing. This is a horrific genocide. And if you look at it as anything else, that is your white guilt. That's literally what that is. That's the United States white guilt that makes anybody think that this is anything but a genocide. This is a genocide. This is an apartheid. They've announced it as an apartheid, right? And it is a genocide. It is a destruction of people. It does seem that it is less people in here, so we can go ahead and turn the comments back on, right? So this documentation of a destruction of a people, this documentation that has been documented for, 3,000 years now, right? This documentation that the genocide that is being committed against this people is continuing to be committed against this people, right? We can either acknowledge that we are dealing with a genocide. We can either acknowledge that, no matter what our guilty feelings are for not helping the Israelites before, that we are absolutely dealing with the Israelites committing a genocide, that the state of Israel is committing a genocide. We can actually look at the reality of the situation, or we cannot. A lot of us like to bury our heads in the sand and hide from the reality of the situation. And I get that for a lot of people. I get that a lot of people have a lot of worry of what it means, right? A lot of worry of how it affects them, right? A lot of worry of what, this is, right? Of course, there's a lot of, sentiment about, what are you doing? You're giving this land to the Arabs. This is not the Arabs, by the way. This is the Palestinians. This is the Palestinians. They're not Arabs. They speak an Arabic language. And due to the colonization of their land, they follow a religion that is the descendant religion of the Judaic religion that was the first to colonize their land, right? The first foreign occupiers within their land. But these are not Arabs. These are Canaanites. These are the descendants of Canaan. These are the indigenous people of that space who have been facing ongoing foreign occupation and genocide for 3,000 years. The land was occupied. The land was occupied. The land was always been occupied. It's been documented. Shit, that land has been occupied since the Neanderthals. That land has been occupied for 150,000 fucking years. That land is occupied. It was occupied when the Israelites documented their brutal colonization of that land at 3,000 years ago. It was occupied by the same people who occupy it today. It is occupied land. It is colonization based on manifest destiny. My God says that I can have this land, and it doesn't matter who the fuck's already on it. I can have this land. I can kill who's here, right? It is documented genocide of a people, documented colonization of a people. Palestinians are Canaanites genetically. That's the DNA of the Palestinians. They are the descendants of the Canaanites, right? It doesn't matter what their religious beliefs is. I don't believe that the United States should have as many Christian beliefs that they do. I don't think that we have the right to tell other people who they can be. And if your issue is their religion, get your religion extremism out of my fucking chat. I have issues with your fucking religion. Your fucking religion kills people all the time. If your issue is the fact that there are religious extremists out there, I would like to point out the Westboro Baptist Church. And I would like to point out that the state of Israel is a religious extremist group and a terrorist group. Right? So no. I have done the homework. I'm an archaeologist and an anthropologist, and the archaeology shows that the Palestinians are the descendants of the Canaanite people. So the archaeology shows. So I've done my homework. Maybe you should do yours. I've done my homework, and the Bible documents the Israelites colonizing Canaan, brutally colonizing Canaan. I've done my homework, and we can also see where the state of Israel overthrew the Palestinian government. Right? I've done my homework. Have you? Good. The Palestinians aren't Arab either. They speak an Arabic language. Are you English? Are you from England? Say, Sax, are you from England? Sax, are you from England? Sax, are you from England? Islam does not believe that women can't go to school. Islam educated women long before Christianity did. Okay, but are you in England? Do you live in England? Why do you speak English? Just because somebody rules or somebody uses a language doesn't mean that that is their actual identity. Like that doesn't mean that that's who they descend from. Many of us speak the language of our colonizers, just like the Palestinians speak the language of their colonizers. They were colonized by the Arabs. So you have an issue with people speaking the language of their colonizers, yet you're probably going to sit there and say that people should speak English because it's America, which is the language of the colonizer, right? You have an issue with people speaking the language of the colonizer? Humans are exhausted. Palestine is not Hamas anymore, then Israel is Judaic, or the Judaic people. Judaic people are not Israel anymore, then Hamas is Palestine anymore, then you're Joe Biden. Are you Joe Biden? Right? And Israel put Hamas in power. Israel created Hamas. Israel created Hamas. Israel put Hamas in power. Hamas is the fault of Israel every step of the way. Palestinians are the direct descendants of the Canaanites. The Canaanites are the indigenous people of that land. I'm going by DNA. I mean, you can go by your dogma all you want to, but I'm going by DNA, right? I grew up Islamic, actually, John, and I know that you're wrong. Just so you're aware, your religious rhetoric that you're preaching based on your religious beliefs is completely false. Your indoctrination and your cowardice and your fear is completely false. Completely false. As somebody who grew up I lived a year and a half in an Islamic school that taught women, I was taught Hebrew and Aramaic in an Islamic school. So everything that you're talking about is your indoctrination and your fear and your lack of knowledge. Don't come in here and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about it when it is a lived experience for me. It is a lived experience for me. Your indoctrination is your issue. Your indoctrination is your issue. Yeah, why do we call Hamas isn't pro-Palestinian? Hamas is the Westboro Baptist Church Christianity. Is the Westboro Baptist Church Christianity? Why do you equate all of a religion to the one extremist group, right? Why do you equate all of a religion to the one extremist group within that religion? You're equating an entire religion to the one extremist group within that religion. Christ taught love, but there's not a single Christian out there teaching love today. So should I equate Westboro Baptist Church and the hate that Christianity teaches and the lack of education for women that Christianity teaches and the rape culture that Christianity teaches and the misogyny that Christianity teaches and the annihilation of groups that Christianity doesn't agree with, that Christianity teaches with Christ? I've been to the Middle East. I'm a war vet. I've been to Iraq. I've been to Iran. I've been to Kuwait. There is more love written in the Quran than there is in the Bible. Maybe you should try reading both. I didn't see your question, Kevin, but when you're going to demand that like me, you can just go somewhere else because I don't do shit on demands, especially not on demand from some dude. Owe you nothing. Then if you've read both, you know that there are more words of love in the Quran than there are in the Bible. And that the Quran actually teaches women and teaches greater love for women than the Bible does. Oh, you're so cute. Kevin, your little beta ass is adorable. Stomp your feet some more and throw a fit like every other toddler dude. I don't believe either. I don't believe in that God. It doesn't mean that I think that one group should be killed. Do you believe that because you don't believe in a religion, that that religion should be annihilated? That's really fucking unethical and amoral. The Palestinians are genetically the descendants of the Canaanites. The Palestinians being genetically the descendants of the Canaanites means that the Palestinians are indigenous to that land. Yet, John, you're supporting the murder of one religion over another because you don't like what that religion preaches. And you're using a straw man argument and a false equivalency. You're sitting here going, well, would you be willing to be ruled by them? I'm not living in Palestine. It's not my fucking place. If you're all about live and let live, then why the fuck are you supporting Israel killing people? No, Israelites are ethnic Jordanians. That's like the DNA of Israel. They come from Jordan. They don't come from Palestine. Like, even in their Bible, they come from Jordan before Israel or before Egypt. Palestine was never their land. God gave it to them as manifest destiny, but it was never their land. And they brutalized the people that were in that land when they colonized that land in their Bible, in the Torah, right? It's right in there. Now, the Palestinians are the direct descendants of the Canaanites by DNA. Yet you're arguing that it should be okay for Israel to do what they're doing to the Palestinians because you think that Muslim people don't teach their women. That's literally the comments that you've said. You come at me as Muslim people don't teach their women, so why would I be supporting Muslims? That's not true. And I'm telling you that's not true because I was educated as a Muslim woman. I was educated as a female Muslim child. So that's completely untrue. There is archaeological evidence of Palestine, right? And there is archaeological evidence that connects Palestine with the Canaanites. The DNA of the Canaanites and the DNA of the Palestinians are the same. The Palestinians are the descendants of the Canaanites. I'm not. I'm reading what you said. What you said was, do you support a lack of education for women? Do you support a space that is going to kill you for not covering your face? That's what you stated. And I told you were wrong. I know the religion, you don't. Right? We get this many ignorant people in chat whenever we do anything that has to do with anything that fucking the anti-science, right-wing biblical people get pissy about, right? From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. Whether or not I've been to Palestine doesn't mean that I can't see the atrocity that's happening. They are indigenous to that land. It's not Judaic land. The Judaic people are the Israelite people, like the Bible actually documents their colonization of that land. It's not where they are indigenous to. The start of the Israeli people, which means that their indigenous land would be Jordan. That's in the Bible. It's not Palestine, right? Palestine is not the land that they're indigenous to. It's the land that the Israelis conquered. It is the land that the Israelis colonized, and it is land that they documented their colonization of. You can read it in the Bible. You can read it in the Torah. They documented their violent, brutal colonization of that land. Right? So I didn't call for the destruction of Israel. I called from the removal of the Israelite state from their foreign occupation of a land that's not theirs. Yes. Yes. I called for land back for Palestinians, yes, but I did not call for the destruction of Israel. I called for the removal of them from a state that is not theirs. Right? Go ahead, move on. You're fine. You didn't need to announce it. Don't pull the tiger's tail. So basically, what you're saying is you support Israel because you're scared. You just told me you support Israel because you're a coward. Have fun with that. Keep your cowardice. I personally, as a war vet, as somebody who stood plenty of front lines, I am not. I am not going to be scared of something and then decide that I'm not going to stand up for others because I'm terrified. So you just told me that you're terrified of Israel, and that's why you support Israel, because you're terrified. You all go with that. I'm not terrified. I'm not terrified. Terrorists don't terrify me. I've been fighting against them for decades. Okay? Terrorists don't terrify me. I've been fighting them for decades. And if you're scared of Israel, that's your fear and your issue. Your fear and your issue. Your cowardice. I don't have that cowardice. The first people of that land were the Canaanites. The Canaanites are the Palestinians. The Canaanites are the ancestors of the Palestinians. No, I've actually got the education that backs up everything I'm saying. People in the comments are bad, aren't they? Right? The people in the comments can be really bad. Both are wrong. I don't agree with either side. War is evil. But what I don't agree with is Israel taking over a space that's not theirs and genociding the people in it. Now, I don't agree with what Hamas is doing, but 1,400 people dead compared to what? Like 10,000 is how many Israel has killed since that 1,400? And Palestine is half children. Palestine, Gaza, the Gaza Strip is 2 million people, and the 2 million people in the 2 square miles of the Gaza Strip, 1 million of them are children. And of that million, half of them, 500,000, are under 12. So Hamas attacked a country that had been attacking it for 60, 70 years at this point, because in 67 is when the ghetto of Gaza was created, where the ghetto of Gaza was created by Israel, where they forced people into the ghetto of Gaza, right? And started attacking and bombing. And they've been attacking and bombing and attacking and bombing and attacking and bombing. Before this month, last month, 6,000 people, men, women, and children, were killed by Israel within Gaza since 1967. Hamas had killed 300, whereas Israel had killed over 6,000. Hamas has an attack that they committed. That's not right. And it kills 1,400 people. So the response kills 10,000, and over half of those are children. So who is in the wrong? Is it the people that are fighting for freedom? Is it the people that are trying to overthrow their oppressors? Is the people who are revolting in a ghetto? Were we angry when the Jews revolted in Warsaw Ghetto? Was that bad? They killed Germans when they revolted in the Warsaw Ghetto. Was that wrong? But it's wrong for the Israelites, or it's wrong for the Palestinians to revolt against the Israelites who have put them in a ghetto and are killing their children. It's only okay for people to revolt if you think so. It's only okay for people to say, stop harming me if you think so, because that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That it's only okay to say that people can kill people when you think so. But if you think it's not okay, it's not okay. And let's face it, this is your white fucking guilt. This is your white guilt that keeps you supporting a country that has literally been committing a genocide and an apartheid. It's your white guilt. It's your white guilt because we didn't do jack shit when German fucking went after the Judaic people. This is your white guilt for the failure of the United States. This is your white guilt for the failure of Europe. This is your white guilt that allows you to state that it is okay for people that you associate as white to kill people that you associate as brown. That's what that is. That's your white guilt making you say that it's okay that a people that you know should have been defended, because they should have been defended, because we should have never allowed Germany to do what they did to the Judaic people. And your white guilt says that because we allowed Germany to do what they did to the Judaic people, that now the Judaic people get a free pass to commit genocide. Now Israel gets a free pass to commit genocide. This is my country. Not only is this like a country that I fought for and a country that I've defended, but I'm indigenous. So it's been my country since before 1492. So if anybody's going back where they came from, you can. If it's not about skin color and terrorists should be destroyed, then why aren't you going after Israel, who is a terrorist organization? Israel was a refugee group who overthrew the government of the country that they were refugees in. What would you do if people within the United States who were refugees within the United States decided to overthrow the US government? There are plenty of refugees here in the United States. What if they decided to overthrow the US government? I mean, that's really many of yours greatest fear, right? That's why you're all anti-immigration and anti-refugees, because you're afraid that they're going to overthrow the government of your country. Well, that's what Israel did. Israel was refugees within Palestine, a country that welcomed them within that space. And then they overthrew the government of that country. You don't have to believe where I'm indigenous or not. I'm claimed. I don't need you to claim me. Thankfully, if you were indigenous, you would know. Then you all can stand with Israel. That's your white guilt. That's your racism. That's what that is. It's your racism and your white guilt. You're upset with the fact that we didn't actually fucking stand up for the Judaic people when we should have as a world, which we should have, right? And so you think that that gives the Judaic people a pass, not even the Judaic people, the state of Israel, a pass to commit genocide, because that's what's happening. The state of Israel has been given a pass to commit genocide. Not only a pass, but the U.S. funds the state of Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. The U.S. funds and has funded. They funded their overthrow of the Palestinian government. The U.S. funded the state of Israel's overthrow of the Palestinian government as refugees within the Palestinian country. Okay. So the U.S. funds the state of Israel's overthrow of the Palestinian government in 1947. Okay. And after the state of Israel is funded by the U.S. and the state of Israel overthrows the government in that space, the indigenous people to that space, because Palestinians are indigenous, because Palestinians are the direct descendants of the Canaanite people. By DNA evidence, Palestinians are the descendants of the Canaanite people. So the U.S. funded the manifest destiny colonization overthrow of a government, because that's kind of what we do as the United States. Have you met us? That's kind of what we do, right? So the U.S. funds the overthrow of the Palestinian government by the Israelis. And then after the U.S. funds the overthrow of the Palestinian government by the Israelis, right? After this support of the overthrow of the Palestinian government by the Israelis, the U.S. then continues to support and fund the ongoing genocide committed by the Israelis against the Palestinians, until Palestine becomes nothing more than the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. We funded that. We funded the colonization. We funded the genocide of a people. And if your white guilt means that you can't see that, that's not on me, that's on you. If your lack of education means that you don't know that, that's not on me, that's on you, right? I had to get educated. We all should get educated. I had to find out the truth on this. Shit. I supported Israel at one point. Most of us have, right? And then I had it pointed out to me by another indigenous person. You know that Israel is not indigenous to that area. And I went, well, a little bit of research, because, we should all do our own research. And I went, well, shit, you're right. The Palestinian people are the indigenous people of that area. The Israelis are not the indigenous people of that area. The Israelis document their own colonization of that area. The Israelis document the brutal and horrific colonization that they committed in that area 3,000 years ago, right? And then we have all watched on the world stage as they do it again, right? European colonization did murder almost everyone in the Western Hemisphere, right? And it was based on the manifest destiny that the original occupation of Canaan was based on, right? Because God says to the Judaic people who are not from Palestine, those people, the Judaic people are from Jordan. They have a river actually in their Bible that they talk about as their homeland, and that river is in Jordan. It is not in Palestine. Okay. So their documentation of their own homeland is in Jordan, not in Palestine. Again, the documentation of the Israeli homeland is not in Palestine, it is in Jordan. Okay. So they document their colonization of Palestine. And in their documentation of their colonization of Palestine, they document that God gave it to them. And God said it was okay to kill everybody. Manifest destiny at its start. This is the start of manifest destiny. This is the manifest destiny that was used in the 1400s to colonize Africa and to colonize the United States and to colonize, not the United States, North America and South America. This is the same manifest destiny. God said we could have this land so we can kill everybody within it. God said we can have it and that we can kill everybody within it. God said we can have it and can kill everybody within it. Same manifest destiny that colonized North America and South America, or Turtle Island and Abya, respectively, right? So they document their manifest destiny, brutal colonization. We've all read the rape of the Sabines. We've all read about the destruction of the walls of Jericho, right? The brutal colonization of a land. The brutal colonization of a land. And then when they end up getting colonized by the Romans and end up having to leave, which they should have done in the first fucking place, right? They end up facing their own horrors and their own terrors, which none of them should have ever had to face. I am never going to be in support of any people. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you've done. There is no reason for any people to have to face terror, horror, and genocide. And there is no reason for any children to have to face terror, horror, and genocide. The Judaic people did not need to face that among Europe. It was wrong. Okay. So after they face their own genocide and deal with their own traumas, in returning to a country that welcomed them with open arms, a country that had been occupied, been colonized again after they left, the Romans, the Ottomans. I mean, this country and this land has been colonized over and over and over again. The religion that has been forced in this country is a religion that is a descendant religion of the Israelite religion, the religion that the Israelites brought to that land. And every child of that religion is the responsibility of the Israelites who created the original religion. Every book that is based on the Torah is a child religion of the Israelite religion. And both the Christian Bible and the Islamic Quran are based on the Torah. The first books of both come from the Torah. The first books of both are the Torah. We call it the Old Testament in Christianity. They don't define it in the Bible. They go by the Torah, right? So this is a religion that was created by the Israelites, right? And a religion that ended up colonizing this land again, and colonizing this land again, and colonizing this land again. And after they overthrew the Ottoman Empire, with help from the Britain, like Britain helped the Palestinians overthrow the Ottoman Empire because the Palestinians are indigenous to that area and that is their land. And so Britain helped them overthrow the Ottoman Empire. Of course, it's also because British people didn't want to deal with the Ottoman Empire. And after Britain helps them overthrow the Ottoman Empire, or rather, well, Britain is helping them overthrow the Ottoman Empire. They're also promising that land to the Israelites, that the Israelites could overthrow the Ottoman Empire, because really what Britain wanted was the Ottoman Empire out, because the Ottoman Empire wasn't playing nice with them. And we know Great Britain. They must colonize everywhere, right? So we see that Britain funds the movement that overthrows the Ottoman Empire, okay? Leaving the Palestinians, who again are the indigenous people through DNA of this area. They are the descendants of the Canaanites, right? They are from this area. This is their space. This is their land. This has been their land for millennia upon millennia. They have had to face foreign occupation for millennia upon millennia, and yet it is still their land. It is still their land. Does not matter how many millennia you have been facing colonization. If you are indigenous to a space, you are indigenous to a space, right? And so, being loving and welcoming, they welcome the Judaic people in, they welcome the state of Israel in, right? They're even willing to give up some of their land to the state of Israel so that Israel can have a land of their own. They just want it to be done in a healthy manner. And because they ask for it to be done in a healthy manner, and Israel says, fuck off, we're not doing this in a healthy manner, Israel goes to the US, and the US backs Israel's overthrow of the government in the land that Israel is a refugee within. The state of Israel was refugees within Palestine, fleeing the Second World War. And the United States funds the state of Israel's overthrow of the government in the land that they are in. This is something that the United States has done over and over and over again. Recently, we funded the overthrow of the government of Egypt. We've helped or funded the overthrow of the government in Iran and Iraq. We've funded the overthrow of the government in several different countries in Africa. We've overthrown the government of several different countries. We fund everybody who wants to overthrow their own government. We're terrified that the refugees in our country are going to overthrow our government because we keep helping everybody else overthrow governments. And we're afraid people are going to do to us what we're doing to everybody else. Again, that's that cowardice, right? That's that cowardice. We're so afraid that people are going to do to us what we've done to other people as the United States. So afraid that people are going to do to us what we've done to other people, that we're terrified of the refugees that we allow in because we know that a foreign government would fund those refugees to overthrow us as the United States government, because the United States government has done that to so many other countries. So the United States government funds the state of Israel's overthrow of the country of Palestine, funds it, and then funds the genocide of the Palestinian people, funds the genocide of the Palestinian people. So by 1948, Israel has taken up land in 3 spaces in Palestine, and Israel is starting the destruction of the Palestinian people. By 1967, the only places that Israel has not overthrown within Palestine, the only spaces that Israel has not taken from the indigenous people of the area, the descendants of the Canaanites, the Palestinians, the only space that has not been taken is the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And so in 1967, with the funding of the United States, Israel takes the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And in taking the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, ends up creating what are essentially ghettos. We don't want to call them ghettos because that would make too true of a point. We don't want to call them what they are because it would make too true of a point. Gaza is a ghetto. Gaza is a reservation. Gaza is an open air prison. They do not allow people to leave. It is walled on all sides. Any exits out are blocked. Any exit out, people are attacked as they try and leave. So they're not only trying to take this land, but they refuse to allow the people of that land to leave. They want to eradicate the people. Why? Because they left and they came back and overthrew who was already there. That makes sense to you, right? They left and they came back and they overthrew the government. So they don't want the Palestinians to leave because the Palestinians might come back and overthrow them. So instead of allowing the Palestinians to leave, instead of allowing there to be refugees, they are literally doing everything they can to destroy the entire line. The entire line. They have locked them in tiny spaces refuse to allow them to exit those tiny spaces to other countries, and then they bomb them on a regular basis. 80% of the water in Gaza is controlled by Israel, and Israel turns it off regularly. All the food in Gaza is controlled by Israel, and Israel blocks it regularly. Israel has turned off all the internet access to Gaza because they control those things. No water, no electricity, no food. They can't fish further than 3 miles out because they'll get shot by the Israeli government. They're killing children. Palestine is 2 million people, and half of them, 1 million of those 2 million in Gaza, are children. And half of that 1 million are children underneath the age of 12. So 500,000, a quarter of the population is underneath the age of 12, and half the population is under the age of 18. Okay? And they are being regularly bombed. Their hospitals, their ambulances, their places of worship, their schools are being regularly attacked and regularly bombed. And then they put Hamas in power. Israel put Hamas in power. Israel put Hamas in power. Israel put Hamas in power. If you read your history, if you read what has actually happened, Israel put Hamas in power. Okay? And after Israel put Hamas in power, and Hamas said, listen, you've been killing us for decades now, and we're done. You need to stop. We are going to come after the Israeli government because the Israeli government won't stop killing us. You decided they're terrorists. You decided that people that were standing up for their children's right to life were terrorists. You decided that people who were standing up for their children's right to life were terrorists. It is not terrorist to stand against terrorism. Israel is the terrorists. It is not terrorists to stand against terrorism. Israel is the terrorist. It is not terrorists to stand against terrorism, and Israel is the terrorist. Now, the United States and half of the fucking European continent is feeling levels of white guilt because they didn't help the Judaic people when the Judaic people were in need. And because of the levels of white guilt that the United States, that England, that all these other European countries feel, the levels of white guilt that they feel for their failure to stand up when people needed to be stood up for, they're allowing another genocide. And if you make it about the fact that they're Arabic or they're Islamic, that's your Islamophobia and that's your racism. Just because somebody speaks an Arabic language doesn't mean that they're Arab. Just because somebody speaks a language does not mean that that is their people. There are indigenous people across the United States who speak English. It doesn't mean that they were ever English. We all speak English here. Very few of us were actually English. Even if we're descended from the English, very few of us are actually English. Right? And yet we all speak English. So, well, some of us do, right? Just because somebody speaks a language does not mean that that is who their ancestors are. Just because somebody speaks a language doesn't mean that that is who their ancestors are. Many times our colonizers force us to speak a language, and we should understand that within the United States especially. Many times our colonizers force us to speak a language that is not ours, and we should understand that within the United States especially. Many times our colonizers force us to speak a language that is not ours, and we should understand that within the United States especially. Because within the United States, there are well over half of our population who were forced to speak a language that was not theirs, whether they were forced it by chattel slavery or forced it by residential schools. In the United States especially, we should understand that people will often speak their colonizers' language because they were forced to, either in the United States through chattel slavery or residential schools. Just because people speak the language of their colonizers does not mean that they are their colonizers. And the Palestinians are indigenous to Palestine. They're the descendants of the Canaanites, who are the indigenous people of that area that the Torah documents the brutal colonization of. And your Islamophobia and your racism, you're okay with killing Arabs because they're brown, as long as it's the Israelis who are doing it because they're white in your eyes, which they're not, is your racism, is your issues. And if you're doing it because you're terrified of Israel, as somebody in my chat just said a couple ago, because Israel's going to do something to you, that's your cowardice. Your cowardice is making it so that you don't stand up for people who deserve to be stood up for. Any group of people whose children are being murdered on a regular basis deserves people standing up for them. Any group of people whose children are murdered on a regular basis deserves people standing up for them. Any group of people whose children are murdered on a regular basis deserve other people standing up for them. I hate to keep this thing on subscribers only. I do not like to make you guys pay for shit, and I really apologize for that. I do have the YouTube. If you would like to comment, you can absolutely go over to the YouTube channel and comment there. We are keeping it kind of subscribers only today because it is very hate-filled and trolly in the comments. And I do have a couple mods in here, but that's a lot of work for my mods and I. So we are keeping it right now for subscribers only. If it gets low enough, I might turn it off subscribers only again. You're more than welcome to go over to YouTube and comment. If you would like to go over to YouTube to comment, it does kind of give us a step away from the trolls, so we get a little less trolly, right? I will face my fear and let wash over and through me, and when it is past, only I shall remain. When I was in Portland in 2020, and I was down every night, I had a teacher because I was in college at the time, and my teacher was my Swedish teacher. And we had this thing in our class. It was like, I think the last semester in that class, or close to it. And they had been watching me since, the very start. They had been watching me for almost a year at that point. Go down every night, and stand my ground and do what I was supposed to do what we should all be doing, right? Standing up for others, right? Standing up for my own ancestors, right? And we had to write this little blurb in Swedish, right? And we wanted to write something that nobody would believe was us, right? And so I wrote in it, and I was like, I'm terrified. I'm terrified all the time. I'm terrified to leave my house. I'm terrified to do the things that I do. I'm constantly living in fear. And in class, we were talking, and she's like, this last one that I'm going to read, she's like, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I thought it was a lie. And so she read it, and she goes, is it the truth or not? Because it sounds like it's a lie. And I said, no, it's the absolute truth. And she goes, but you go down every night. And I said, yes, because I was taught as a child that courage is being terrified and standing up anyways. That's what courage is. Courage is not an absence of fear. That's false bravado. Courage is not an absence of fear. That's usually narcissism on some level. Courage is not an absence of fear. Courage is being terrified and standing up anyway. So if you're refusing to stand up for Palestine because you're terrified, have some courage. Courage is not an absence of fear. Courage is being terrified and standing up anyways because it's what's right to do. So if you are supporting Israel because you are terrified of what Israel is going to do to you, like somebody in chat threatened me, have some courage. Absolutely unknown. Absolutely. I'm sorry you had to subscribe for it. You could have gone over to YouTube. I apologize. But absolutely. Hey, Tamara. When we're looking at the DNA of the Canaanite people and we look at where their descendants are, we see that the descendants of the Canaanite people are the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people, who the Israelites have also attacked. So it's more Levant area. So it's in the Arabian Peninsula, the top part of the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant area, right at the bottom part of the Caucasus Mountains and along the Mediterranean Sea. So it's not considered Africa. It would be part of the Near East, is what I think that they phrase it as now, is the part of the Near East, is the current correct, I believe, terminology for it. So it's not even really part of the Middle East. I think that the Middle East is like a little bit further to the east. Let me double check on that one because I am geographically challenged all the time, but I do know that it's not considered to be part of Africa, right? Uh, so the Near East is the area around all of that is considered the Near East. So it is the Near East is East Mediterranean area, all of the land on the East Mediterranean, encompassing West Asia, the Balkans. It does encompass North Africa. The Near East does encompass North Africa. Probably like the part like we're looking at Egypt and the top part of Egypt, including the Fertile Crescent, the Levant, Anatolia, Eastern Thrace, and Egypt. And the Middle East is other areas of the Arabian Peninsula, which is lower down than the Levant area, Cyprus. Well, sometimes, according to the National Geographic, the terms near and middle can denote the same territories. So sometimes it would be called the Middle East. Sometimes Egypt is the Middle East. Sometimes Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, they're all considered the Middle East. So they're either Near East or Middle East. There are a lot of dark skinned Africans who live in the area, just like there's a lot of lighter skinned Africans who live in North Africa, right? Like, so like Morocco and most of North Africa, there's a lot of variation of skin tone in that area before colonization. The reasoning is that we're looking at it's like most of the area around the Mediterranean is actually kind of a darker skin tone, but a lighter than what we term black skin tone, right? So like Italians, Levant, Egypt, and many of those areas, Morocco, many of those areas up in there are actually like lighter than black and darker than white, you know. So, and it's because, well, Africa itself has every skin tone on the planet naturally. Like, there's all sorts of different, you know, regions within Africa that have different skin tones within the different regions. But for like map wise, it's absolutely considered part of the uh, well, Near East to me is what I've heard of most recently as the correct terminology. So I'm going to go with Near East. And there are absolutely parts of North Africa that I can see that would be considered that. Now, Gaza was part of Egypt at one point of time. Gaza was absolutely, Israel actually took, Gaza was under the control of the Egyptians when Israel took it, right? The Palestinians within that region were actually under the control of the Egyptians when Israel took it. So Palestine, or so Gaza was Egyptian territory, and it was territory that was technically stolen from the Egyptians by the Israelis. Um, the technical term for the area, though, would not be North Africa. It would be, well, the Levant area would be like the most correct term, but the Near East is probably the best geographically, globally term. Like, if you're looking at if you're looking at like where in the map am I going to, that's probably the best term is the Near East. And there are a lot of people of many different colors that live in that area. The region is and has been for millennia very multicultural, right? Like it started out as a very multicultural region. Again, we are looking at the area that Neanderthal and Homo sapien actually lived side by side in for like 100,000 years. And so it's actually the first area that Homo sapien was outside of Africa. Well, and at the time it was still technically part of Africa. Technically, this is part of the African continent, depending on where the sea levels are. So, like during the last glacial maximum, when the sea levels are dropping, and everything, the Red Sea is gone, and what is that sea's actual name? I think it's the Arabian Sea. So when we're looking at the last glacial maximum, the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea are gone. And so the peninsula was not a peninsula, it was actually mainland Africa at that point in time. So during like the last glacial maximum, when the Neanderthals are moving down and Homo sapiens are moving up, and we're meeting in this region is absolutely a part of Africa during that time, like mainland Africa during that time. So the region itself has been extremely multicultural for millennia upon millennia. One of the things that they say about the Canaanites is that the Canaanites were actually extremely multicultural as well, right? So when we're looking at all of the people of this region prior, we're looking at an extremely multicultural region. There is the DNA from different peoples of different regions, or different ancient peoples in different peoples of Israel, of different peoples of Palestine, and in different peoples of like Lebanon and stuff like that as well in that region. The Canaanites, though, were in that land when that occupation happened. Now, does that mean that the Canaanites colonized that land themselves? I don't know. I mean, we don't have documentation going further back. We do know that all of the people within this region were very nomadic for a long time, right? And it is the first regions that start getting settled with Western agriculture, monocrop agriculture. It is right next to the Fertile Crescents where we start to see our first, what we document really is our first cities. So Egypt really had some cities kind of early on, and Egypt really had some of that Western-based agriculture. In fact, monocrop agriculture really starts along the Nile, because the Nile is one of the few places in the world that can actually support monocrop agriculture, because the Nile is a place that actually refertilizes itself in the flooding every year. Of course, Egypt itself was colonized by I can't remember the exact name of the first, but there were several groups from the Levant area that actually colonized Egypt. And there are, different times of colonization throughout the history of Kemet. So Kemet was colonized first at like, hold on a second, I have to find the correct books on Kemet. 1 second. There it is. So Kemet actually starts being colonized like 2,000 years before Christ, BCE. The foreign occupation of Kemet really starts, we get like the intermittent period, the first intermediate period, and that's where we see the first colonization of foreign occupation of Egypt. And hold on, I've got actually, there's a list that states it, and I need to find the list that states who was where when. So Egypt itself was colonized by foreign occupiers. First, it was people from the Levant area, and then we're going into the Paleolithic. So pre-dynastic, Lower Egypt, pre-dynastic. I want to say it's actually people from the Palestinian region who are the first colonizers of Egypt. But I cannot remember off the top of my head. And of course, Egypt is currently one of those places that has been fighting against foreign occupation for quite some time. I know there's a list. Where's my list? I've seen the list. Where's my list? Look in the back, Sarah, and see if you can find it in the back. Because there's a thing that actually lists what dynasties were where in Egypt. And when we're listing what dynasties are where in Egypt, it talks about, there it is, 115 to 116. We see within the list of the dynasties that there is actually the Old Kingdom, which is Kemet, which founds Kemet. So the sources that I have for the modern DNA are archaeological sources currently. I'm not sure if I toss those on my website or not, but what I did was I Googled DNA of the Canaanites and where we can find the DNA of the Canaanites today. And that's how I found that. And I'm not sure if I popped those ones up on my website. The source that I'm looking at right now is an introduction to the archaeology of ancient Egypt, and Catherine Bard is the writer within that. 176. And I am getting a little off topic when I'm talking about the colonization of Kemet, and I do realize that. The first intermittent period. Okay, I'm not finding the actual like list that I'm looking for. And so I'm not going to be able to do like a list of who colonized Egypt first or Kemet first. But Kemet was colonized and then overthrown. They overthrew their colonizers and threw out their colonizers. And then after Kemet was colonized and overthrew their colonizers, throughout their colonizers, they had more people coming in and colonizing and more people coming in and colonizing. Kemet was actually colonized over and over. And then they threw out the colonizers and ruled themselves for a while. And then they were colonized and conquered by Alexander the Great, which is where we got Alexandria from, and the Ptolemy dynasty. The Ptolemy dynasty is all descendants of one of Alexander's generals, General Ptolemy, so it's an all Greek dynasty, and they're really interbred. So we see that the colonization of Egypt is extremely early on, the earliest colonizations. I can't give names because, again, I can't, I know they're in there. I'm going to spend too much time searching for the exact names that I want. But we do see that North Africa was colonized really early on within the Egyptian area. And this is because of the fact that the Nile really is the only place that monocrop agriculture really works the best at, right? So monocrop agriculture starts around the 15 to 18,000 years ago along the Nile. And the reason that it works along the Nile is because every year when the Nile floods, it refertilizes the soil in the area. So not having other crops in that area doesn't take away from the nutrients that the monocrop cultures need. Now, that's not where we first start actually cultivating those grains. The grains that we start cultivating, one of them we do see, I think it's, fuck, words are escaping me. It's not wheat, it's the other one that we do start seeing across, or start seeing some of its early cultivation within Egypt along the Nile. But it also starts in a couple of other places. It starts with like a B. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. And then barley. And then after we see that, barley. Thank you, Mia. We see that, Egypt's growing barley, and they're doing really well because their river refloods. There's actually a river in Jordan, actually as well, that is the earliest space where we see an agriculture-based city start outside of Egypt, right? And this agricultural-based city that we see start outside of Egypt in that area, and Ghazal is along a river in Jordan, Amman River in Jordan, I think. And Ghazal actually goes bust in 300 years because monocrop agriculture fails anywhere that's not within the Nile, right? Because the Nile itself, the reason monocrop agriculture works along the Nile again is the fact that the Nile replenishes that space every year, and in that replenishment of that space every year, you're not running out of nutrients in that area. So we're seeing that this start within this area of colonization goes back many generations, right? So we see that the Israeli people come from a river near Jordan, or a river in Jordan. That is their documentation of their homeland, their original homeland where Abraham was given, right? And so when they are taken into Egypt and enslaved by Egypt, when they leave Egypt, they can't go back to their homeland for some reason. I'm not even sure. I don't even think it actually states that they can't go back to their homeland. They just don't go back to their original homeland. And in not going back to their original homeland, their God tells them that he's going to give them a space for themselves, their holy land, right? He's going to give them this gift. And in telling them that he's going to give them this gift and this space for themselves, first, they kind of disobey him. And mainly what they do is they say, hey, we're not going to kill people. And that's really what it starts as, is they go, we're not going to kill people. And because they said, we're not going to kill people, he said, okay, well, you're going to wander in the desert for 40 years or you're going to kill people. And so they wander in the desert for 40 years. And then he says, okay, so now you're going to kill people. And they said, well, this land is already occupied and we don't want to kill people. And he says, too bad. And so because God said that they should kill people, they start killing people. And this is where we see the first colonization that's documented. All these other colonizations that we know of, Egypt documents their colonization, and Egypt documents when they were colonized. Egypt hieroglyphics actually will document their wars, and it actually shows within Egyptian hieroglyphics like who took over the country in different time periods, right? And so when Egypt documents their colonizations, those are the earliest real documentations of colonizations that we see. This is one of those first times that we see a people document their colonization of another space, not themselves being colonized, because Egypt is really documenting themselves being colonized, or rather their rulers are documenting colonizing. So we see that Israel documents their colonization of Palestine, which at the time is called Canaan. Now, just because it was called Canaan at the time and it's not called Canaan now doesn't mean that it's not Palestinian land, doesn't mean that the Palestinians aren't descendants of Canaan, as somebody tried to argue with me earlier. Um, just because they're Arabic speaking now does not mean that they're not the original people of that area. Again, we tend to speak our colonizers' languages because our colonizers' languages are forced upon us. We tend to worship in the way that our colonizers forced us to worship because our colonizers forced us to worship. That doesn't mean that you're not indigenous. If you're a Christian, it doesn't mean that you're not native, right? If you're Catholic, it doesn't mean you're not indigenous to South America, right? Um, so we many times end up taking on the languages and the religions of our colonizers, especially when we're looking at religions that are colonizing in the name of their religion, which we see that Judaism and Islam and Christianity all colonize in the name of their religion. They are the only religions actually that really colonize in the name of their religion. They're the only religions that actually use manifest destiny as the idea of why it's okay for them to colonize and destroy and kill other people. No other religion other than the Torah based ones actually uses their religion as an excuse to colonize other people. They use other excuses. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that other people don't colonize, but they don't use their religion as the basis of their colonization. We see that the religious basis of colonization of this area actually goes back as far as the people colonizing the area, the Israelites colonizing the area within the beginning. If you read the Bible or have any knowledge of the Bible, you might recognize things like David was not considered to be chosen by God because David had had to commit atrocities and kill people to get the land that they got. And so he couldn't be holy because he had killed people, right? So all of the earlier kings of Israel couldn't be holy because they had had to kill too many people to be considered holy. So it was up to their descendants to be considered holy because they had killed too many people to be holy, right? So we see that the documentation of the colonization of Palestine, though it was, of course, at the time called Canaan, goes through the Torah and is extensive within the Torah. We actually see in the book of Joshua where the general Joshua is actually divvying up the land of the Canaanites and giving it to Israel families, to Israelite Judaic families, right? Your family gets this piece of land and your family gets this piece of land. Let's ignore the people that we murdered and raped to get here, right? Yes, and Dahlia says, and it's not usually them taking on the language of the colonizers by choice, rather it's by force. And I did touch on that a little bit earlier, but it's always important to touch on that. So, if you're taking on the language of your colonizers, you're not taking on the language of your colonizers because you want to. You're taking on the language of your colonizers because it's being forced upon you. We might see here in the United States when we talk about things like the language English. The language English is spoken by Indigenous people in the United States, and the language English is spoken by people who are of African descent in the United States, what we call Black people within the United States, right? And the reason I'm saying what we call is because I don't want to. I'm trying to not racially classify. We teach anti-race in here. Race theory has been debunked. We do have groups that we call by certain terminology within the United States, and I want to make sure that we understand that terminology might be appropriate, might not, and sometimes, and that terminology should not be equated with race, right? So the people who are of African descent here in the United States and the people who are indigenous here in the United States are forced to speak the English language through chattel slavery, forcing them to speak the English language, or through residential schools, forcing them to speak the English language, through it being beat out of them, their own language is being beat out of them, and this new language being beat into them. So when you're looking at the Palestinian people who speak Arabic, they're speaking Arabic because the Arabic people colonized them. The religion that they have is a religion that was forced upon them first by the Judaic people, right? When the Judaic people forced Judaism on them, and then by the Arabic people when they had Islam forced upon them. Now, does that mean that, they shouldn't? I mean, I don't think anybody should be any biblical based religion. Personally, I think they're all fucked. Yet, we can't fault them for following the religion that their colonizers forced on them. We can't fault them for speaking the language that their colonizers forced on them. There's nobody in the United States who is English unless you immigrated, right? And yet we all speak English. It's not the language of this land. There are like 1,000 different languages of this land. And very few of us speak any of those languages. We all speak English because English is a language that was forced upon us, right? So because the people had a language forced upon them does not mean that they're that people, does not mean that they're their colonizers, right? So we have to understand that just because a people had a language or a religion forced upon them does not mean that they are that's who they are, right? It means that they were colonized. And when somebody is colonized, many times they're forced into those spaces. Many times they're forced to do those things through pain or death or beatings, right? Or terrors, right? So we can't sit there and go, oh, because they speak Arabic, then they must be Arab. That doesn't mean anything. Just because you speak English doesn't mean you're English, right? Just because you speak, a language doesn't mean that you're part of that original language, right? I speak Swedish, doesn't mean that I'm from Sweden. My ancestors may be, some of them, but it doesn't mean that I'm Swedish. It means that I speak a language, right? So, and just because you follow a religion does not mean that it's the religion of your ancestors. And it doesn't mean that there should be any harm to you for following a religion that's not your ancestral religion, because for many people, that religion was forced upon them, right? So if you are here in the United States and you speak English and you are Christian, but you're indigenous, that's not a fault of yours, it's a fault of the colonizer, right? So sitting here going, well, they're Arabs, that doesn't mean that their blood is Arab. That means that they were colonized by by people from Arabia, Arabian people. I know we don't have like Arabia anymore, and Arabia is like an outdated term, and that's why I'm like pausing there because I'm not sure. I think that the current term is either the Arabian Peninsula or different groups within the Arabian Peninsula. I know that when we look at the Ottomans were considered Arabian when they colonized. So it was an Arabian people that colonized Palestine. Um, the Ottoman Empire and its colonization of Palestine forces the Arabian religion at the time and the Arabian language at the time on the Palestinian indigenous people that are there. Again, people that are indigenous to that space, people who are descendants of the Canaanites. And we actually have groups in Gaza and groups in the West Bank who are asking for recognition by the UN as indigenous groups who are doing their best to live within the indigenous lifeways and to reclaim the indigenous space and the indigenous knowledge within that space, right? We have 4 different groups within Gaza and within the West Bank who are working for that recognition and that reclamation and to be acknowledged by the UN underneath those thought processes. So we are looking at indigenous people not only through DNA, but looking at people who are fighting to retain indigeneity against a group who they gave refuge to, a group that they gave refuge to, a group that they tried to help, a group that was being harmed. And so they did their best to try and help them. And when this group was being harmed and they did their best to try and help them, that group of refugees decided that they were going to overthrow the rightful government of the area, the indigenous people of the area, and start their own government. And there are also atheists and Christians who are Palestinians. So deciding that all Palestinians are Muslim is also false, right? There are people who speak many different languages within the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. There are many different thought processes among the Palestinian people. And so to decide that Palestinians must be Arab because they might speak Arabic, or because we think that all Palestinians speak Arabic, is again having to do with our own racism, right? And to think that because we didn't step up and do more for the Israeli people when they were being targeted and harmed by other people, means that we should allow them to genocide an entire group of people, is kind of weird, right? That's very much that, white savior thought process. We fucked up and we didn't do anything, so we're going to let our white guilt in here. And with our white guilt, we're going to let an entire people be destroyed and genocided, right? And there's nothing right about that. There's nothing okay about that. You can't sit here and so many people want to sit here and go, oh, you're okay with people who don't want to educate women. First of all, Islam teaches education of women. Islam was one of the first religions that actually taught education of women. If you don't know Islam, you should learn Islam before you talk about how evil Islam is, because Islam is not evil. Islam, of the three, is actually the one sitting here going, love each other, love the animals, take care of each other, right? Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't Islamic extremists, just like there are Christian extremists, just like there are Judaic extremists. There are extremists in any religion, because religion creates extremism. Religion gives you the idea that you're chosen, and therefore you have the right to decide what God thinks. That's what religion does. It makes you think that you're set above others because God chose you, and therefore you have the right to kill others. That's what religion does. So you're going to find a religious extremism within all. See, for me, religion is something that is based on, so there's like definitions that are weird. So belief in a worship in a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. So system of faith to me is different than religion. Like, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, right? Because religion has this idea, it's a unified thought process usually. And it's usually this thought process that this deity is in charge. Religion, so like pagan means anything that's not one of the three regular religions, or the three main religions of the world. And the three main religions of the world are considered Judaism, Islam, and the Bible, or Christianity, which means that anything that isn't Judaic, Christian, or Islamic is considered pagan, right? So basically anything that's not based on a belief in Yahweh is paganism, right? So anything that's paganism isn't religious according to most religious structure, right? So anything that's not Judaism, Christianity, or Islam is technically not religion, it's spiritual, and it falls underneath the title of paganism, right? So when we're looking at religion, what we're looking at typically is an organized thought process, a particular sect or system of faith that has guidelines, right? And in that particular system of faith that has guidelines, most of those particular systems of faith that have guidelines have this thought process that I'm better than you are because God chose me, right? And when we look at that, we see that religious extremism is rife within that. The ability to turn that into extremism is rife. It's easy. Anything that tells you that you're set above everybody else is easy to become extremism in, because anything that tells you that you yourself are set above everything else gives you the ability to dehumanize others. If you can dehumanize others, then there's nothing wrong with you taking from them because they're no longer human to you, right? So religion gives that ability. So is there a nasty fucking religion in the region? There's two of them, right? Like, is there an issue in the region? Is there religious extremism in the region? Yeah, there's a lot of religious extremism in the region. But Hamas is no worse than the Israeli government. As a terrorist group, Hamas is no more of a terrorist group than the Israeli government. And I would, in fact, state that Hamas is actually less of a terrorist group than the Israeli government, because Hamas is fighting back. Hamas isn't starting it. Hamas is fighting back. Right now, don't get me wrong. I do not believe that it is okay to go out and kill groups of people. I do not believe it is okay to go out and kill children. I do not believe it is ever okay to use your God to kill other people. Yet if the other people are using their God, who is also your God, to kill you, fighting back is fighting back, you know? Again, that doesn't mean that I think that Hamas should be doing what they're doing. Yet I cannot fault them for their attempts to try and overthrow the foreign occupation. I cannot fault them for their attempt to stop the bombing of their children, right? Do you realize that there are 2 million people in the Gaza Strip? Half of those are children, and half of that half are children under 12. So a quarter of the population of the Gaza Strip are children under 12. That's not because a lot of people fuck. People aren't fucking over there any more than they are here. That's because their parents are being killed. That's because Israel is killing their parents. That's not because they're having more sex. That's not because they're having more children. That's not every household is having 3 kids. And that's not what that is. That's the children's parents are being killed off and people are being orphaned because Israel is killing their parents, because Israel is attacking, because Israel is going full bore. And Israel has been going full bore since they, as a refugee group, overthrew the government of the area and became an occupied space within an area that was theirs, not theirs to begin with, right? A space that was a space that they colonized and stole to begin with, because again, according to their own records, their origin space is in Jordan. According to the Israelis' own records, their origin space is not in Palestine. Their origin space is along a river in Jordan. It's where they come from, according to their own records, according to their own history, not according to mine, not even according to the archaeology of the area, right? Well, the archaeology of the area does support that, but that's not me taking it from the archaeology of the area. That's me taking it from their own documentation and from their own thought process. Their own religion states that they are from a river in Jordan. So why are they taking land that doesn't belong to them? Why are they stealing from an indigenous group who has been there, who they've been trying to colonize for 3,000 years, and we're supporting their colonization? Now, why is the United States supporting their colonization? Because, the United States likes to support the colonization of other people, because if the United States can support the colonization of other people, then it makes the colonization that they've done look less bad. If the United States can sit there and support the colonization of other people, then the United States can sit there and say, see, what we did wasn't so bad. Other people do it too. The whole world is colonized. So, what's wrong with that? How many times have we heard that argument? I hear that argument on a regular fucking basis. We conquered and we colonized, so it's okay that we've done the atrocities that we've done, and everywhere in this globe is colonized, and so it's okay that we've committed the atrocities that we've committed, which is completely untrue, right? Which is completely lacking in fact. Just because everybody's doing it doesn't mean you should. Did your mom tell you when you were a child, if somebody jumps off the bridge, are you going to jump off them afterwards? If everybody's jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge, are you jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge too? Did your mama tell you that as a child? Because my mama told me that as a child. She's like, if everybody else is doing it, does that mean you're supposed to do it too? Well, no, of course not, because I'm my own person and I have my own fucking brain, right? So just because everybody else is colonizing, it's okay for us to colonize. And that's why they support the colonizers in every region, because if they support the colonizers in every region, then they can ensure that their colonization maintains its superiority, right? That people are not overthrowing their colonization, or at least that they think that they can, right? We probably do want the fuel that Gaza has. We're really bad about that. Like, we have enough oil here in the United States to fuel ourselves, but we want everybody else's as well. We're under 100, so go ahead and turn it back to people being able to comment. If it gets really bad and really high again, then we'll go ahead and turn it off. But again, I really don't like having it on. I mean, I don't mind the subscribers only for the fact that it kind of quiets it down, but I also don't like the subscribers only for the fact that it also kind of makes it a little bit harder. If you are just coming in, I am doing my nails as we do this. It is kind of a double thing. First of all, I needed to do them. And second of all, it means that I look at the comments a little bit less. And so I'm a little bit less distracted and I can actually talk a little bit better. If the grinding noise bothers you, I apologize. it will not go on forever. I promise you there will be other things I'm doing with my nails shortly. So this is actually probably the grinding that I've got to do with my nails. Again, what we're talking about here is the fact that the DNA evidence supports the fact that the Palestinians are the original people of that area. They are the descendants of the Canaanites, who are the original people of that area, who the Israelites document their colonization of in the Torah. They document their very brutal colonization of in the earliest form of manifest destiny that we see, again, based on this God that, manifest destiny has always been based on. And you see that this early form of manifest destiny and this colonization that happens, this very brutal colonization that happens, is against the Canaanites, is against the indigenous inhabitants of that land. Now, of course, we do see that other people colonized Israel after Israel colonized Palestine, or the Canaanites, right? And so the Israelites were forced out of that area and other peoples come in. We do see that, the people from the Arabian Peninsula come in and colonize at the last of it. And those would be the people of the Ottoman Empire, the leaders in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was overthrown by the Palestinians in I think it was actually like right before the Second World War. Maybe it was during, I can't remember the exact date. In support or supported by the British government. The British government supported the Palestinian overthrow of the Ottoman Empire to get the Palestinians back that their indigenous land. And then the British government did basically what is a guardian ad litem, but they call it something else. They call it a mandate. And they did this mandate thing where they controlled the government of the region of Palestine under this idea that they were going to help them form their own government. We've heard this one before. This happens all the time. It's, again, that guardian ad litem kind of concept where we don't think that people have the ability to control themselves and take care of themselves. So we're going to, in our white savior complex, or in Britain, in this case, is white savior complex, come in and do it for them because we don't believe that they have the ability to do it for themselves. And so Britain, being in control of Palestine at the time, actually gave the UN the right to decide what area within Palestine should be given over to the Israeli people. Now, they didn't ask Palestine whether or not Palestine was okay with this, but they did do it. And so they go to the UN and they say, hey, we want you to, divide up Palestine between the Palestinian people, who are the indigenous people of that area, again, the direct descendants of the Canaanites. And when we want you to divide this, we want you to also give some to the Judaic people. So the UN comes back with a map. And in this map, they give both Palestine and Israel area, but the places that they give Israel all interconnect. And the places that they give Palestine do not all interconnect. And the Palestinians look at this and they go, that's really going to make it easy for Israel to kind of kill us. Like that's going to make it easy for Israel to take from us our space, right? And so the UN goes, okay, well, we'll redraw that map. And the UN, as we redrawing the map to make it to where it is not a space that is going to be easy for war, the US funds Israel's overthrow of the Palestinian government. Again, we are looking at a refugee group within Palestine at that time. The U.S. overthrows a refugees group's ability to overthrow the government of that area, to overthrow the state within that area. So we see that starting in 1948, the U.S. starts funding the Israeli overthrow of the Palestinian government. And when they start that funding of the Israeli overthrow of the Palestinian government, we see that the Israelis actually take most of the area that the UN had stated that they could take. And then they do what the Palestinians said that they would do. After they take the area that the UN said that they could have, they decide to overthrow the rest of it. And they start attacking the Palestinians. And they start committing a genocide. They start destroying a people. And as they start destroying a people and committing a genocide, we see that they slowly take over pretty much all area. They do not take over the West Bank because at this point, the West Bank is controlled by Jordan. And they do not take over the Gaza Strip because at this point, the Gaza Strip is controlled by Egypt. And then in 1967, as they've taken all the other area, and as they've gone into Lebanon twice and tried to take Lebanon because they are still trying to take Lebanon away from the Lebanese, as they've gone into Lebanon twice, tried to take Lebanon, they decide to take the Gaza Strip from the control of the Egyptian government, and they decide to take the West Bank from the control of the Jordanian government. And so in 1967, they get the West Bank from Jordan, and they take it away from them, and they get Gaza Strip from Egypt. And they start this basically open air prison or ghetto. You can call it whatever you want, but really it fits into reservation, open air prison, ghetto terminology. They have walls around the entire thing, and people are not allowed in and out. People have to have documentation. They control all water, all food, and all resources in the area, which is essentially a ghetto on every level. Essentially a reservation on every level, essentially an open air prison on every level. Currently, the routes in and out of the Gaza Strip and the routes in and out of the West Bank have been blocked off. So people who are Palestinian who want to leave the area are not allowed to leave the area. If you want to leave the area and come to, say, the United States so that you can get away from the genocide of your people, Israel says no. They say you can't do that. They block out that area and they kill people who are leaving. And so we see that this is not an attempt of land. This is not just an attempt to take land. It is also an attempt to genocide a people. You might ask, why would they do this? And the real reason why is because Israel knows that they left, they were driven out, and they came back as refugees. And when they came back as refugees, they overthrew the government that was there. They once again overthrew the indigenous government. They once again overthrew the people that were there. And so they are afraid that if they allow Palestinians to leave, that eventually Palestine will come back and take over. This is that whole thought process of not only killing the person, but killing their children, because otherwise the children will come back and kill you, right? Otherwise the children will come back and take back what is rightfully theirs. So we see that the Israeli government is deliberately trying to genocide. This is not about land. This is about killing an entire people so that you can claim a land that you've been trying to claim for 3,000 years from this people, right? This is not about getting land back for Israel, because this is not their land to start with. Again, their land, by their own documentation, is along a river in Jordan, right? It has nothing to do with the Palestinian area. By their own documentation, they colonized the Palestinian area. They took it from the Canaanites, who were the original people there, who are the ancestors of the Palestinians and the Lebanese people. And they are trying to take it again from the descendants of the Canaanites, the Palestinians, and the Lebanese people. And again, this is not about just taking land. This is about genociding a people, because if you don't genocide the people and you just take the land, then eventually that people can come back. So, yes, I know that I look white, but I'm not. I am indigenous, and I'm calling you out for your white guilt and your white savior complex, not the other way around, boo-boo. Because that's what it is. If you're supporting Israel, it's your white guilt, especially as a United States citizen. If you're supporting Israel, it's your white guilt. It's your white guilt over the fact that. So the DNA profiles for the area of Israel show a few things. They show a Jordanian descendant, they show a European descendant, and they show some Canaanite descendant. This to me smacks of colonization, right? We know that many white people in the United States have indigenous DNA or Black DNA from colonization, right? So we see that they actually, just like the Palestinians show Canaanite DNA, they also show Arabic DNA because of the colonization. They actually also show Israelite DNA because of the colonization, right? And so we see a lot of it is the Zionist propaganda. A lot of it, though, is having to do with the fact that, like, there's this, we allowed the Judaic people to be genocided by the Germans, right? And really all of Europe is responsible for an ongoing Holocaust against Judaic people across the globe, right? The Holocaust against the Judaic people has been going on for millennia as well, right? That does not give them the right to Holocaust on other people, right? Yet it does show that they have gone through severe traumas over and over and over, right? And because like England did a whole fucking thing against the Judaic people in the 1400s where they basically put them in ghettos and they started killing them off, right? Um, and of course, England and the United States allows the Germanic people to, or not the Germanic people, but Hitler himself and the Nazi regime to genocide the Judaic people. And so we get this white guilt feeling, this feeling of like guilt, this feeling of, well, they were genocided, so we should be protecting them. But unfortunately, we're protecting their right to genocide another people, right? And that's not appropriate, right? But we did allow this to happen. We allowed it to happen for quite some time. We knew what was going on for quite some time. There are records that show that the United States government knew what was going on and were like, yeah, well, we're not going to get involved, right? That happened, right? There are a lot of records, right? And it's exactly what has been done in the United States. And when you read the original colonization of the Canaanites by the Israeli people, like by the Israelites, you see that that's the origin of manifest destiny, right? God said we could have this land so we can kill the people within them, right? And that is actually the origin of the manifest destiny that we see that the church uses later on to colonize Africa and Turtle Island and Abiyala, right? You know, side with Hamas? Maybe. Would you side with people who are trying to overthrow a foreign occupying government for you? I mean, I side with people trying to overthrow a foreign occupying government myself. That does not mean that I support all the things that they do, right? But Israel is the terrorist, and Israel attacked first. Canaan attacked Israel first. Really? Is that what you read? Because that is not what the Bible says. So if Israel has started this, right? If Israel has been doing this since 1948, right? Has been genociding the Palestinian people since 1948. If Hamas, if the Palestinian people rise up against that, are they the terrorists? You're not the terrorist when you're fighting against terrorism. Red plenty, thank you. If you're fighting against terrorism, are you a terrorist? Israel is a terrorist group in that region. Read a book. Read the history. Israel is a terrorist group. I'm already on the FBI's watch list, baby doll. Go ahead and call them. They know me by name. I'm a war vet. We're all on watch lists when we come back from war. Literally every single one of them. We're all on watch lists when we come back from the war zone. So I've been on a watch list. And then, the fact that I stand lines frequently means I've been on the FBI's watch list for a long time. You go right ahead and call them. They know me by name. How did I get here? Well, I'm indigenous to this space in part. Of course, I have colonizer ancestors also. I mean, you can tell, right? So, no, you're siding with terrorism because you're siding with Israel. You're siding with terrorism. I'm not siding with terrorism. You're siding with terrorism, Trace. You're siding with the terrorists of the region, not me. You're siding with the terrorists of the region, not me. Now, do I support what Hamas is doing? No. I mean, I don't support religious extremism. Do I support the overthrow of foreign occupying governments who are trying to genocide a people? 100%. Do I support the overthrow of a foreign government trying to genocide a people every single day of the week? And if you don't, you have an issue. Do I support the overthrow of a foreign government who is genociding a people? Yeah, every day of the week. It wasn't their land originally. They document the colonization of that land from the start, and Palestinians have been in that land since before Israel came along. Israel's land is actually in Jordan. It wasn't their land. It was Palestinian land. They document their colonization. Their own history documents they're taking that land. Their own history documents them murdering and genociding the people of that land. Afro-Indigenous people are always supported within my space. Afro-Indigenous is a huge thing, right? I'm going back further in history than you are. I'm looking at the entire history from the very beginning of the history of that region, and I'm looking at the archaeology of that region, which predates the history of that region. So I'm going back further in that region than you are, or in that region than you are. And there is Palestinian DNA. I don't know why you don't think there is. So do I support overthrowing a foreign occupier who's genociding people? Yes, every day of the week. Got an education, got degrees in this shit. Got degrees in this shit. Where's your education? It was only Judea after Judea had taken it from the Canaanites. Read the Bible. Read the Torah. It only became Judea after Judea had stolen it from the Canaanites, who are the ancestors of the Palestinians. No, Israel is not indigenous to that area. Israel's indigenous space would be Jordan, according to the Israelite Bible. According to Israel's history, their indigenous space is Jordan, not Palestine. According to their own history, their indigenous space is Jordan, not Palestine. Well, what do you suggest that the Palestinians do? Should they roll over and take the genocide? Is that what you're suggesting, that Palestinians should roll over the foreign occupiers in their land and take the genocide? Just take it, right? You're stating that you think that Palestine should give up their land, roll over, and allow their children to be killed by a terrorist government that is a foreign occupying government that was refugees within their land that overthrew them. Israel attacked first, Tater. Israel attacked first, and Israel documented attacking first. Israel attacked first. Israel put Hamas in place. Palestine didn't. I'd rather live in neither. Both of them. Israel is a religious extremist state, and Islam supports education of women more than Israel does. Orthodox Judaism states that you can't walk out of your house without your hair covered, but you're pissed about the Arabs? Obviously, you don't know history or religion. They didn't just win. They didn't win. If they won, then Gaza and the West Bank wouldn't exist. They didn't win. They're committing a genocide, and you're supporting genocide. And not everybody in Palestine is Hamas either. Just like not everybody in the United States is Westboro Baptist Church. When you decide that a religion is only their most extreme people, that's your issue. And if you're going to decide that a religion is only its most extreme people, then maybe you should decide that all religions are their most extreme people. Let's talk about some equity here, some equality, right? If you're going to decide that a religion is only its most extreme people, then all Christians are Westboro Baptist Church, and all Judaic people are Orthodox and Israel, right? If you're deciding, actually, no, you obviously have no idea of what Islam is. Islam does not treat their women bad. Extremist groups within Islam treats their women bad, just like extremist groups within Christianity treat their women bad. There are groups in Christianity who refuse to allow their women to be educated. There are groups within Christianity who refuse to allow their women to vote. There are groups within Christianity who refuse to allow their women any rights. Just because there are religious extremist groups does not mean the entire religion is that group. I wouldn't base Christ's words on what the people in his name are enacting now, because Christ was not like that. I have been to the Middle East. I actually spent a year and a half in an Islamic camp from Iran when I was a child, and I was in a war zone in the Middle East. Like I was in Iraq and Kuwait and Iran. So I have been to the Middle East, and I absolutely have lived experience in this area. You, on the other hand, do not. You, on the other hand, don't have experience in this area or lived experience in this area, or you wouldn't be saying the things that you're saying. If you had, you would not be saying the things that you said. Well, I can by what you're stating. I can state that you do not know what you're talking about because you do not know what you're talking about. Right? I know, right? Hamas is not Palestine. Palestinian people are not Hamas. You should understand the difference. The moderators are always doing an amazing job. They really are. You're so cute. Free Palestine from Hamas, absolutely. Free Palestine from foreign occupation as well. Israel is a foreign occupying government that's put them in ghettos. Israel is a foreign occupying government that has put Palestinian people in ghettos and is committing a genocide. So who should be freed? Is it the people who are being genocided who should be freed, or is it the people that are committing atrocities who should be freed? Israel was a refugee group. Do you support refugee groups overthrowing a government? Do you support refugee groups overthrowing a government and committing a genocide? Do you? You support refugee groups overthrowing a government and committing a genocide. That's really beautiful of you that you support refugee groups overthrowing a government and committing a genocide. I mean, I'm sure that there are refugee groups who might be happy about that. Glad that there are some United States people who support refugee groups overthrowing a government and committing a genocide. Great for you. I mean, maybe not so great for you in the United States, but you know, we're paying for everybody else to do stuff like that, so might as well happen to us too, right? Indigenous Americans are still POWs. Indigenous Americans are still living on reservations. Indigenous Americans are still fighting for our rights. Indigenous Americans are still fighting to be recognized in our own land. Indigenous Americans are still fighting against foreign occupation, right? But apparently, people in this chat think that it's okay for refugees to overthrow the government of the country that they're a refugee in. You'll talk about anything about the except for the fact that Israel is the terrorist, won't you? Talk about anything except for the fact that Israel is actually the terrorist group. I mean, that sounds about white of you. Talk about anything except for the fact that Israel is the terrorist group in the region. Palestine was a country, actually. Palestine had to overthrow their foreign occupiers of the Ottomans, absolutely, to create their own government, and they were doing that, and they were their own country when they allowed in Israel refugees, the state of Israel as refugees, and the state of Israel overthrew their government. Was absolutely a country. Read history. Read the books. Read the books. I can't remember if it was before or during the First World War that they overthrew the Ottoman Empire and became a country of their own. They used Great Britain's help. They had Great Britain's help to overthrow the Ottoman Empire and become a country of their own. Of course, Great Britain decided that that meant that they should have some control and say, because yay, the English, we know how they work. So, you know. I don't have books on this topic. I usually don't do books anyways. I don't even think I have articles on my website on this topic because it's not one that I normally work with. We normally talk about some other things within here. And so I don't think I actually even have articles on my website. But you can Google Palestine, Canaanite, things like that, and you can find the information about the DNA pretty easily. And you can also Google the history of the state of Israel, and you can find all of this information like really, really, really easily, right? It's really out there. It's really just a simple fucking search, and you can really find just exactly what has been going on with a simple Google, right? And I get that many of us, we don't think like that. Like many of us listen to our government, many of us are indoctrinated, many of us believe, right? But it's really a simple Google search, right? So it really doesn't take a whole lot. Not so Great Britain did one. Not so Great Britain actually funded the overthrow of the Ottoman Empire by the Palestinians, and then they entered into what is called a mandate, which is basically a guardian ad litem for countries. So they were the mandate helping Palestine create a government after they helped Palestine overthrow the invaders, the foreign invaders, which was the Ottoman Empire. And as they helped Palestine create a government, we're reaching the end of World War II, and the Judaic people are looking for space. And so Palestinians are letting the Judaic people in as refugees, trying to help the Judaic people. And Great Britain goes to the UN and says, hey, can you divide up this area so that the Palestinians and the Judaic people can both have space in this area? And the UN says, yeah, we can do that. And then the way that the UN divided it up was really bad. I mean, it gave like Israel, all Israel's areas were interconnected and Palestinian areas were not interconnected, right? And so Palestine says, hey, if you do that, the Israelis are going to like kill us. Like this is what's going to happen. And so the UN says, okay, well, let's look at the map again and see what we can do to make sure that that doesn't happen. And well, they did that. The US funded the Israeli overthrow of the Palestinian government. Right. So within that, we see that the US overthrowing the Palestinian government and giving that space to the Israeli people, they ended up with something that looked similar to what the map the UN had drawn up looked like. And then they continued to take space and continued to take space and continued to take space and continued this genocidal war. From 1948 to 1967, they acquired all the space except for Gaza and the West Bank. And then in 1967, they took Gaza and the West Bank and turned them into open-air prisons, ghettos, right? Reservations, right? Few words that accurately describe these spaces. They're areas which the Israeli government has total control over all food, all water, electricity, phones, all of that sort of stuff. And so they took that space in 1967. And in 1967, since 1967, actually, everywhere around the world has recognized that Palestine has land and Palestine is a country, except for the United States, because, you know, us, we're like that, right? So everywhere around the world has acknowledged that Palestine is a country and Palestine is a people, except for the United States, because us. And we are funding their genocide. We're funding the genocide of the Palestinian people. And that's just because the United States does stuff like that. We're a colonizer government. And because we're a colonizer government, funding colonization, funding foreign occupation of other spaces kind of justifies our colonization in our minds, right? Australia is absolutely a colonizer government. You do know that there are Indigenous Australians, right? Who have gone through a lot of the same horrors of colonization that Indigenous Turtle Islanders and Indigenous Aboriginals have, right? You do realize that there are still like Indigenous Australians fighting for recognition as Indigenous Australians. God, there are so many people. Well, I don't propose to tell another people how to govern themselves. That's the start. I don't suppose that I should tell other people what their religion should be or what their government should be. And I don't suppose that anybody else has that right either. And I think that all of you that think that you have the right to tell another people what their religion or their government should be is that white savior bullshit complex that you have of your manifest destiny idea and your religion. And I think you need to butt the fuck out because it's not your goddamn job. And maybe if we weren't over here fucking supporting the colonization of another space and the genocide of another people, then we wouldn't be in this problem, right? Because we caused this problem, because that's the US for you, right? I don't suppose that I have any control over what the Palestinians do for their region. I don't suppose that I have any right to tell another people how to govern themselves. And I don't suppose that you do either. I suppose that you might be egotistical enough to think that you do, but that's not true. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm stating the facts of the situation. That's it. Free Israel from what? What is Israel facing? So here's the thing. If you're one of these assholes who's out here who think that you should support genocide of a people, and you think that you should talk about that genocide of a people in my life, you are not going to like the response. You're just not. No, I support Palestine. Palestine and Hamas are not the same thing, just like the Judaic people in Israel are not the same thing. One is a state, the state of Israel, and one is a people, the Judaic people, who have no control what the state of Israel does in their name. Hamas is a Israeli funded and Israeli created group within Palestine. You should read a little bit of history and you will find out that Hamas was funded and created by Israel, right? Just a little bit of knowledge. It's really not even a long Google search to find out all this information, I'm telling you. It's not even a lot of fucking effort to find all of this information. Yep. They put them in power. Hamas is in power in Palestine because Israel put Hamas in power in Palestine. And then after they put Hamas in power in Palestine, Hamas said, fuck off, which they had the right to do. I would if somebody was trying to kill my children. Would you not if somebody was killing your children? You think that any group should allow others to kill their children? You think that any group should sit back while other people are killing their children, right? You think that it's okay to kill children. You think child murder is okay. Okay. I mean, I get that people that support Israel think killing children is okay. Most of them are United States citizens, and most United States citizens actually support killing children. Most United States children actually support the killing of children. Let's be real. Most United States people fucking support what's going on in the border here. You know, like most people in the United States actually support the killing of children unless they're in the womb. Let's be real here. Most people in the United States have and will always support the killing of children as long as they're brown children, right? Most United States people will actually support the killing of children as long as they're brown and as long as they've left the womb, right? I am pro-choice. You should be too. You think that you have the right to control other people? That's really bullshit. That is mighty Christian and mighty white of you to think that you get the right to control other people. Mighty Christian and mighty white of your ass think you get to control everybody else. Think that your say and your God is the most important thing, and therefore you should have control over the situation, right? I think the Israelis should go back to Jordan, where they're from. Or maybe they should allow the Palestinians to govern their own space. Palestinians were actually even okay with the Israelis having their own country within Palestinian borders, like giving the Israeli lands. It was the Israelis who didn't have enough, who took more than they were given, right? Who took what they were not given. But Palestine was actually okay with giving Israelis land. I mean, they were 100 years ago. I mean, they might not be now after 100 years of an attempted genocide and overthrow of their government. But at one point, they were absolutely okay with the Israeli government, the Israeli people having their own land within the Palestinian region, right? So The indigenous people of that area have the right of that area, and that would be the Palestinians because they are the indigenous people of that area. The Israelis are not the indigenous people of that area. By their own documentation, they colonized that area. By their own documentation, they are from Jordan. By the Israelis' own documentation, they brutally colonized that area. And by the Israelis' own documentation, they are from Jordan. I'm going by the Israelis' own documentation of their own history. Their own documentation of their own history states that they are from Jordan, and their own documentation of their own history is they brutally colonized Canaan, which is the Palestinians' ancestors, right? It is like the Native American people here. That is exactly. So Israel's original colonization of Canaan is the original manifest destiny. Israel's original colonization of Canaan is manifest destiny, is the origin of manifest destiny. It is actually the same excuse that we see that is used by the Catholic Church later on, right? So Israel's colonization of Canaan, which they document their brutal colonization of a land that is not theirs. They document raping, they document destroying cities, and they document handing out other people's land to their people, right? So they document all of that. That's in their Bible. It's like at the start of their Bible, really. Like that is in the Torah. Like it's in every Bible, it's in every Quran. The documentation that Israel colonizes the Palestinian area and the Palestinian people is everywhere. You can read it. It's easy to find. All you have to do is pick up a Bible. I mean, here's your source. Literally, your source for the documentation of the colonization of Palestine by the Israelis is in here. This is your source for the documentation of the colonization of Canaan, which is the ancestors of the Palestinians, by the Israelis. That's your source for it. Go to them. They have your source for it. The Israelites allowed Palestine, Hamas into that region. Israel created Palestine, or created Hamas. That's Israel's doing. So if Israel creates Hamas, then it's Israel that needs to leave, right? Israel created that so that Israel could do what they're doing, right? The Quran does talk about how the children of Israel will cause corruption. That is true. Israel controls everything in that area as they're genociding a people. They're genociding a people and we're giving them a free pass. They're committing atrocities and we're giving them a free pass. We don't care that they're committing atrocities. There are 2 million people in Gaza. Of the 2 million people in Gaza, half of them, 1 million, are children. Of the 2 million people in Gaza, 1/4 of them, 500,000, are under the age of 12. Why? Because Israel has killed everybody's parents. Because Israel has been bombing that area for a century. So, if you support genocide, if you support terrorists, continue to support Israel. If you support genocide and you support the murder of children and you support terrorism, continue to support Israel. I have gone over and fought. I have been there, done that. Have you? Have you had the courage, or are you a coward? The UN calls Israel terrorists. The UN won't let Israel join because of what Israel has been doing to Palestine this whole time. Literally, that's why Israel is not part of the UN, because they're continuing their terrorist actions and their genocide of the Palestinians. Right? So we're okay with genocide as long as it's against brown people. We're okay with the killing of children as long as it's brown children, right? Right? That's what we're saying, is that we're okay with genocide as long as it's brown people. And we're okay with the killing of children as long as it's brown children. That's what you're stating. You're okay with the killing of people as long as it's brown people. And you're okay with the killing of children as long as it's brown children. I mean, that's a very United States viewpoint to have. It is a very US viewpoint to have. It's okay to kill people as long as they're brown people. It's okay to kill children as long as they're brown children. That is 100% the viewpoint of most people in the United States. I do understand that. Unfortunately, I do live in the borders of this occupied territory, right? I do live under the foreign occupying government of the United States as well. And so I am absolutely aware that most people within this space support that foreign occupying government of the United States within this area that is not their land. And so I'm also well aware that most people following that absolutely support, because of course, if you're supporting the fact that the United States government has no problem killing brown children, then of course you have no problem killing brown children elsewhere, right? If you support foreign occupying governments and the killing of children in your country, of course you support foreign occupying governments and the killing of children in another country. Why would you not? If you stop supporting foreign occupying governments and the killing of children because it's right, well, then you might end up, being part of the problem. Right? I have been a homeless veteran, a homeless war veteran. So you can come at me all you want to, but until you've been in my shoes. So, as long as we're sitting here supporting the foreign occupation and the genocide of children, I mean, that sounds about white, sounds about United States to me. I mean, we caused this problem. That is our doing. We've done this. This is us. This is kind of what we do. That is what the United States does. What are my thoughts on terror? Same as my thoughts on Israel killing children. Israel shouldn't be allowed to kill children. No one should be allowed to kill children. Nobody should be allowed to occupy a country that's not theirs and kill people and commit genocide, period. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. Nobody should be allowed to occupy a territory that is not theirs and kill children and kill the people of that area. No one, ever, anywhere. No one, ever, anywhere. I'm indigenous to Turtle Island. You go back where you came from. This is my space, and I can support the overthrow of a foreign occupation in another space all the fuck I want. I have stated several times that I am geographically challenged. I admit that, but I have absolutely done a lot of study on this from many different perspectives. Again, I spent a year in an Islamic school as a child of people who come from Iran who were facing the terrorism and the destruction of their people in Iran, right? So this is something that I've known for a long time, right? This is something that I have had understanding of. Not only that, but again, I'm indigenous to Turtle Island. So go back where you came from. No, I'm actually pretty well versed. You seem to be kind of ignorant on the subject, right? What if people are born and raised there and their parents and grandparents are too? What of the Palestinians who are born and raised there and their parents and grandparents were too? It's okay to kill them, but it's not okay to stop killing them. What's your point, right? The Palestinians have been there for millennia upon millennia. They are the indigenous people of that area. So it's okay to kill them because, I know why, because you think that they're brown and they're Muslim. And it's okay to you to kill people who are brown and Muslim. It's not okay for you to kill other people, but it's absolutely okay for you if they're brown and they're Muslim. Right? That's what you're stating. I mean, sounds about white again. Sounds about white. I mean, you can try and educate me, but like my education comes from a degree and actual knowledge on the subject and lived experience. So, you can do all you want in my chat to say that you're like no more than me, but you obviously don't. I mean, I did say that this is a simple Google search. That does not mean that I don't know what's going on in that region. Like I can take you back to the Neanderthals in that region. I know what's going on in that region. My Google search was who had the DNA so that I could have the stuff to back it up and know my facts. And that's why I can tell you that it's a simple Google search to get all this information. It was not my need to find out information. I just wanted numbers and information that I could actually Googleable for you, right? But I know the area and I've studied that area for a couple of decades. I know what's going on. I've been in that area, been to the Well, not that specific area, but nearby. I know what's going on. You may not. They usually are too lazy for actual research. And yes, they are so fucking rude. As long as the moderators are able to keep it up, though, we'll just go ahead and keep it just because of the fact that it does actually boost the live and it does actually make it to where more people are actually seeing the information. So that's why I am allowing the comments to stay on. It does actually boost the live and get the information out there more, even though it's a lot of shitty comments. So as long as my moderators are like actually able to keep up. Would I have gone in the military again? No. I'm actually disabled. I have military sexual trauma, and I was injured in Iraq, and I am unable to work, and I would never join the military again. I have stood front lines on this side of the pond. Like I was in Standing Rock, and I stood in Portland in 2020. I am an activist, and I fight for my people 100%. That's the oath I swore, to fight against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and we have plenty of domestic enemies, right? But I would not rejoin the military, no. I don't support people joining the military either. I figure that I joined the military like many other Indigenous people joined the military. I joined the military to get out of poverty, to get out of abject poverty. I grew up with a dirt floor. I joined so that I could make a life for myself and my child, and I regret it. I don't think it was the best choice that I could have made. It seemed like the best choice at the time, but it did a lot of damage, And, the military is rife with trauma and rife with problems like most of the United States. So I would not support other people joining, no. Right. America is a new country. America has only been around the United States. Let's be specific because the Americas are two different continents. And neither of them is that the correct name for. One is Turtle Island. The United States is here in Turtle Island. And the United States is a government that's only a couple hundred years old. And it is a foreign occupying government. And it is a terrorist government that is committing some of the same atrocities that we see Israel committing and has committed many more atrocities. It is absolutely, though, a foreign occupying government. And it is absolutely a colonial government. And it is a system built on racism, and it has many, many problems, right? Swedish people and Sami people get to Scandinavia about 7,000 years ago at the same time. The Swedish people are a dark-skinned, blue-eyed people coming from the southern part of Western Eurasia. And the Sami people are a light-skinned, brown-eyed group coming from the steppes near Russia, basically, or in Asia. And the reason that Swedish are considered native and Sami are considered indigenous is because the Swedish is the government that is in charge. And according to the UN, native means if two groups arrive at the area at the same time, and one is native and one is indigenous, because the native government is the one that took the government over, whereas the indigenous population is not the one whose governance of the land actually maintained. It is only in the United States that native and indigenous mean the same thing, and it is only because of how the United States does things. But the Swedish people, Scandinavians, for the most part, have been in the area for 7,000 years. There were no other people in the area when those two groups ended up in Scandinavia. The people who had originally occupied that area, the first Homo heidelbergensis and then Homo neanderthal. Those people actually really, we don't see any Neanderthal up in the Scandinavian regions or heidelbergensis really up in the Scandinavian regions. But the people who originally occupied Northwest Eurasia were long gone by the time the Scandinavian people and the Sami people come up into that region. Do not get me wrong, the Judaic people have faced horrific atrocities. They have faced genocide, they have faced a Holocaust. The Judaic people as a whole are not Israel. Israel and the Judaic people are two different groups. Israel is a state, it's a government. The Judaic people are not. They're a faith. They're a, I think they call it a ethno-religious group. And the Judaic people have faced atrocity after atrocity. Palestine is not their homeland, though. Jordan is their homeland, according to their own documentation. According to their own documentation, they come from a river in Jordan. So Palestine is not their historic homeland. It is the homeland that they actually conquered and colonized 3,000 years ago, which they documented extensively. And the Palestinians are the descendants of the people that they conquered and colonized 3,000 years ago that they documented the colonization of extensively. They're the descendants of the Canaanites. This is true. One of the problems is that the colonization of the Israelites in the Bible is so sanitized that it doesn't truly explain how brutal it was. This is real. And because of that manifest destiny thing, right? And because of all the translations that the Bible has gone through and that the Torah has gone through to get to the point that it is the Bible, right? We do see that it has been sanitized. And what happened to the Canaanite people by the original colonization by the Israelites is absolutely been sanitized down. Many people do not realize just how brutal that colonization was. But if you read the Bible and you know, like what things mean, if you know what the rape of the Sabines means, then you can see the brutal. If you know what making the walls of Jericho fall means, then you can see the brutality of the colonization. You just have to actually look beyond the sanitized translation that we have, right? 167 countries around the world recognize Palestine as a country. The U.S. is the only one that doesn't. Let me repeat that. 167 countries around the world recognize Palestine as a country. The only one who doesn't is the United States. Why? Because the United States has funded the genocide of the Palestinian people. The United States has funded Israel's war against the Palestinian people. And because the United States has funded Israel's war against the Palestinian people, the United States can't recognize the Palestinian people, or they would be breaking their contract of funding with the Israeli government, right? Palestine is a country recognized again by 167 countries around the world. And it was a country when Israel, as refugees within that country, decided to overthrow the government of that country and take over that country. How would you feel if refugees came in and took over your country? I mean, for some of us, it's already happened in the United States, but still, right? It's a foreign occupying government. The Israeli government is not indigenous to that space. The Israeli people are not indigenous to that space. They have been colonizing that space since they arrived. They document their own colonization of that space. They document what they've done. And if you haven't read things, if you haven't read a Bible, if you haven't read history, if you haven't read any of it, right, maybe you should. Yeah, and that is, the idea is if Israel keeps attacking Lebanon, right? So once Israel is no longer worried about the Gaza Strip and about the West Bank, Israel will be going in and attacking other countries. They've already tried to attack Jordan. They've already tried to attack Lebanon. Israel has been attacking other countries in that region for a while, and the U.S. has used used Israel as a basis to attack other people too, right? That is really a lot of what goes on. We see a lot of that. And that, again, is Israel, or is the U.S. Being a colonizing government and supporting other colonizing governments, because if they can support other colonizing governments, then their colonizing government doesn't look as bad, right? Everybody's doing it, so we can do it too, right? Besides the fact that, the United States really, recognizes that Israel is the foundation of everything the United States does. Israel was the foundation of manifest destiny. Israel was the foundation of the genocide that, was committed here, because that foundation comes from the Torah, comes from the Bible, comes from the idea that the God of Israel is the God of the world, and that God has chosen this people in this space and has decided to give certain space to certain people, right? So, of course, the United States is going to support this. Of course, the United States is going to be the only country in the world that doesn't recognize Palestine as a country. Because if they recognize Palestine as a country, and if they recognize the trauma that they have been committing, then they have to recognize the trauma that they've been committing in their own borders. And let's be real, The United States is too much of cowards to recognize the trauma that they've caused in their own government or in their own borders, just like most people who call themselves patriots and support the United States are too cowardice to recognize the trauma that they've committed, right? It all falls back to that thought process that if you recognize the trauma and take accountability, that there might be, you have to take accountability for your actions, and people don't want to take accountability for their actions, right? Yeah, America is great. The United States is number one in maternal mortality rates for the first world or the industrialized world, and it is number one in mass incarcerations in the industrialized world. That's how great the United States is. We like to kill women and incarcerate people. That's what the United States does. Let's be true. That's really what the United States does. That's the only things that we're number one in. We're like number 43rd in education. There are several Islamic countries who educate their people better than we educate our people. We're like 43rd in education, and like just way down there. We also, our children die at a high rate, and we don't really care unless they're brown children here in the United States. The only thing we care about is white children here in the United States, because we're built on that systemic racism that causes most of those problems. Talk about Flint. Flint is a problem and still is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time. And really, that's, again, the fact that the United States only cares about killing children when they're in the womb. It certainly doesn't care about whether or not you're killing brown children, right? So. And that's the other thing. Y'all need to stop making this about whether or not they're Muslim or not. So basically what you're saying is that you're an Islamophobe who thinks that it's okay to kill children of a different religion than yours. That's what you're stating, is that you're an Islamophobe who thinks it's okay to kill children because they're not your religion. I love that. You're an Islamophobe who thinks it's okay to kill children as long as they're not Christian. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? Hamas attacked an occupying government and killed 1,400 people. Since Hamas attacked that occupying government, Israel has killed 10,000 civilians. So who's the bad people? Hamas attacked a foreign occupying government who was killing its people, because it's not like Israel started afterwards. Israel has killed 6,000 people since 1948 in Palestine. 6,000, and since 1967, sorry. Since 1967, in Gaza and in the West Bank, Israel has killed 6,000 people, and that's before Hamas attacked and killed 1,400 people. Hamas attacked and killed 1,400 people, and Israel proceeded to kill 10,000 children. 10,000. Would you kick out the people who were trying to overthrow your foreign occupiers? Would you kick out the people who were trying to protect you from an occupying government? Would you kick out the only people who were standing up for you and trying to stop your children from dying? I wouldn't. And I don't think you would either. I think that you would state it because you feel like it needs to be. Hamas doesn't come around until the 80s, and it doesn't take control of that government until the 90s, when Israel puts Hamas in control of that government. Israel occupied that space and started the genocide of that space. Those two spaces specifically in 67 started the overthrow of the Palestinian government and the genocide of the Palestinian people in total in 48. Hamas, again, doesn't come around until 80 and doesn't get control of the government until 90, when Israel puts Hamas in control of that government. So Hamas didn't start jack shit. You got to go and fucking read your history. You got to go and look at the actual documentation of what's going on in that region, right? You got to go and see what's actually going on, because it's not what you think. It's not what you were told. It's not what the United States government told you. So I admit I have a terrorist. Yes, I'm in the United States, and it is a terrorist group that runs my government in the United States. It's absolutely a terrorist government terrorist group that runs the United States government. I admit that 100%. I admit that 100%. The government of the United States is absolutely a terrorist government. It is a foreign occupying government that has committed genocide for 400 years. And it's absolutely a terrorist government, right? All of the government. You want to say Democrats? No. Democrats and Republicans are both fucking killing you. Democrats and Republicans are the two wings on the same fucking bird, and neither one of them give a flying fuck about you. Neither one of them. They're both trying to kill you. They're both committing atrocities, and they're both terrorist government. The United States government is a terrorist government that is a foreign occupier in a country that it has been committing a genocide against for, what is it, 528 plus years. 528 plus years. So, yes, I do admit that I have a terrorist government here in the United States. I absolutely admit that there is a terrorist government here in the United States. Absolutely admit that the United States government is a terrorist government that commits genocide. Absolutely, 100%. Not only does the United States government commit genocide in its country, but it helps other countries commit genocide. I absolutely admit that the United States government is absolutely a terrorist government. 100%, 100. You're not going to see me say anything else. The United States is absolutely funded and run by and absolutely a terrorist government. 100%. Not going to see anything else from me. Not going to hear anything else from me. It's absolutely a terrorist government. Fully admit. Judaic people are not indigenous to that space. The Judaic people document where they're indigenous from, and it's Jordan. It's not Palestine. The Judaic people document their conquering and their colonization of the Canaanites, who are the ancestors of the Palestinians. The Judaic people are not, and the state of Israel is not indigenous to Palestine. It is indigenous to Jordan. I'm indigenous to this space. And as an indigenous person, I believe that if I don't like something that's happening, that I should work to affect change for it, that I should do my best for my community to affect change to the space that I am in, not that I should be a coward and run away. If your cowardice tells you that when you don't like what you're dealing with, the best thing for you to do is run, that's your cowardice. That's not mine. I believe that when something doesn't work, we fix it. I believe that when something is not working right, we fix it. I don't throw it away. I mean, you throw everything away, don't you? Your phone breaks, you throw it away. Your car breaks, you throw it away. Your clothes breaks, you throw it away. They get dirty, you don't wash them, you throw them away, right? I personally believe that when something is not working, we do everything we can to affect change for the positive to make it work. Right? It is cowardice that tells you if it's not working, run. It's cowardice that tells you if it's not working, run. And that's not my way. I believe that when something is not working right, we work to fix it. So if I don't like the state of the foreign occupying government in the country that has been mine for 50,000 plus years, because Turtle Island indigenous people and Abiyalian indigenous people have been on this land for over 50,000 years. If I don't like the foreign occupying government in my space, I'm not going to run to another space. Why would I run to another space? This is my space. Instead, I will work to change that, because that is what we should be doing. And I'm not a coward. It's cowardice to run when something's not working right. So if you believe in your own cowardism and you think that your own cowardism should affect the way everybody else behaves, why don't you go back where you came from? Because I can guarantee you it's not from here. Because people from here, we don't have that kind of cowardice. Indigenous people, we don't have that kind of cowardice. Indigenous people believe that we belong to the land. Not that the land belongs to us, but we belong to the land. And so it is our duty and our right to protect that land, to make that land healthy. You don't run to do that. Israel conquered that area and colonized that area before the Romans drove them out. They document their own colonization of that area. The Palestinian people's DNA is Canaanite DNA. The Palestinian people are Canaanite descendants. That is their area. They are indigenous to that area. The Israelites document where they're indigenous to. It's a river in Jordan. not in Palestine. And they document the colonization of that area in their book that you've probably read. And if you haven't, somebody told you should, because there's enough Christians out there telling all of us we should. That outrage is always there. I fight for Indigenous people on a global scale. Indigenous people on a global scale, I fight for. And so, yes. And I've talked about genocides in other spaces before. The Tigrayan genocide that nobody wants to talk about, we've talked about that in here. I talk about the genocides in other spaces in here, right? So you're an Islamophobe. You're a racist and Islamophobe. If you're sitting here going, oh my fucking God, go to Palestine because you're going to not be liked there because you don't fit into their Islamic thought process. Again, you probably weren't in here when I said it. I know more about Islam than I do about Christianity because I was raised with an Islamic thought process and spent a year and a half in Islamic school as a child. I know Islam, and I know that I would be loved in an Islamic area because I know that I teach love, right? I'd actually get more love in an Islamic area than I would in a Christian area because Christianity teaches hate, right? So that's not the threat that you think it is. That's not the threat that you think it is. And it shows that you have no knowledge. No, this is my space. This is my space. I don't have to leave it. I can fight from here. I can fight from here. So you're going to decide that a people who speak a language and have a religion because they were forced to speak that language and have that religion because they were colonized are the same as their colonizer. That's what you just said, basically, which is just factually untrue on all levels, right? Yeah, if you read the Quran, there are so many more words of love in the Quran than there are in the Bible. The Bible is such a hate-filled book. The Bible is really such a problematic book. But if you read the Quran is actually very much about love. Muhammad was a beautiful soul who taught love, and actually his wife actually helped him write most of the books. I was educated as a woman in Islam, right? I was educated as a female child by an Islamic school, right? That had a lot of female children in it, right? You get your ideas based on what your government tells you. You're indoctrinated, and that's not my issue. That's your issue. Maybe you should read a book. Maybe you should get some knowledge. Maybe you should, actually get some actual education and stop letting your hate-based faith control you. Stop letting your hate-based indoctrination be what rules you. I'm going to tell you right now, it's harming your children and every other child out there. If Israel stands down and gives back land to the Palestinian people, I think that Palestine would stand down, right? Now, I can't guarantee. But if Israel were to give back the land that they stole them, and they were to stop the blockades and the bombings and the control of those regions, who knows? But it is definitely on Israel and definitely not on Palestine, right? It's definitely on Israel to stop what they're doing and not on Palestine because Palestine didn't start it and Palestine is only defending itself. And your issue with people defending themselves because you think that they happen to be brown and happen to be of a religion that you don't agree with is your hate and your issue. And even your God wouldn't approve of it. I just want to tell you that. Even your God wouldn't approve of the hate that you're spewing. Even your God would tell you that you were wrong. I've read all of your books. Even your God would tell you what you're doing is wrong. And again, you want to be judged based on Westboro Baptist Church? Judging people based on their extremist groups is a problem, man. And Israel, the state, is an extremist group. So why are we not judging Israel, the state, as an extremist group, but we're judging an extremist group within Palestine? And we're judging Palestine based on other countries' religion, not their own. Palestine hasn't had an opportunity to control their own country in generations at this point, right? Hasn't had the opportunity to have their own laws, hasn't had the opportunity to have their own fucking government structure, hasn't had the opportunity to do all of those things. So you're not judging Palestine based on Palestine's actions. You're judging Palestine based on the actions of other people because you're an Islamophobe and because you're a racist, because you think that Palestinian people are black, are brown, and that Israeli people are white. And so, of course, it's okay to hate the Palestinian people because they're brown, but don't hate the Israelis because they're white, which is, of course, totally factual on both counts. But, yeah. And Israel is probably really against Judaism. When you read the Torah, you can see their colonization and you can see their actions. They document their own actions. A lot of the actions that they're taking now, though, most Judaic people actually are not okay with what's going on with Israel. Most Judaic people actually think that Israel is out of line and that Israel is a problem. Most Judaic people don't think that having gone through a genocide justifies you genociding another people. Why do you make their kicking out of the people that are trying to protect them and save them your reason that you would support them? Israel has committed way more atrocities against the Palestinian people than Hamas has committed against Israel. Israel is the terrorist space. Israel is the terrorist regime. And it's documented. Like the UN says no. The UN says stop, right? Actually, I am absolutely educated on the history of the region and the history of what's going on in that region. If you think that I'm incorrect, then you haven't read the documentation of what's going on in that region, and you haven't studied what's going on in that region. Not me, because I am educated on it and I'm spewing facts at your ass. Right? I do know what I'm saying, but that's cute of you. Y'all think like I haven't dealt with this shit. Every time I put up a fucking picture of a goddamn Homo erectus, y'all fucking hates and naysayers coming to my chat. You act like I haven't been dealing with this the whole time I've been on TikTok. Like, you think your behavior is new, sweetheart. Your behavior is just the racism that I deal with on a daily basis. And I'm not saying that you're racist against me, but what I am saying is I am dealing with the racism that you guys all spew on a daily basis because that's who you fucking are. So if you think that I have not dealt with it before, you are blind and completely misinformed. And so don't think that you're fucking causing any effect, you troll ass shitheads. All you are is proving who you are. All you are doing is proving the nightmare that you are, the nightmare that the United States is, and the nightmares that are being caused by it. The United States and people like you. That's all you're doing. All you're doing is showing your ass. But keep it up, because all it does is boost me. You are aware that all your trolling does is boost my views, right? You are aware that all of your nasty, hate-filled comments does is boost my fucking views. So keep it up. Keep your nasty, hate-filled shit up. And we will continue to talk about how the Palestinian people are indigenous to that region and how the Palestinian people have been going through a colonization for over 3,000 years by the same group, which is the terrorist regime in that area, which is the state of Israel. We will just continue the conversation so that people can learn, so that we can get to a point where we understand that Israel is the problem, not Palestine. Maybe we'll also understand that Christianity is the problem, not fucking Muslims as well. And maybe we'll also get to the understanding that it is certainly not brown people that have been causing all this fucking trauma. Certainly not brown people that have been causing all this fucking trauma. So just keep it up. Go on. Just keep it up. Keep up your hate. Your God will fucking judge you in the end. Your God judges everything you're doing. Mine doesn't, but yours does. And since he's judging everything you're doing, it's not me that's going to end up in your hell, sweetheart. It's you. All this hate and nasty that you spew, right? So, you break your own moral code. You break your own laws. You break your own ethics. And you think I'm the problem. But keep it up. Keep up your hate. Keep up your phobias. Keep up the nastiness that you do. Keep up your racism. Keep up your Islamophobia. In the end, you're the ones that will be judged. The Judaic people document their colonization of Israel. The Judaic people document their colonization of the Palestinians, who are the ancestors, or of the Canaanites, who are the ancestors of the Palestinians. They document it in their own book. They document it in their own history. It is documented in the Torah how they colonized that region. And it is documented in the Torah how they are indigenous to Jordan, not to Palestine. Genuine question, how do we get peace? Anger comes from fear. We need to unite, not fight. Absolutely. How do we get to peace? Honestly, I don't know. I have ideas, but that doesn't mean that my ideas would work. So personally, I'm all for and always for land back on a global scale. How do we get to peace within that region is not really something for me to answer. It is absolutely something for the Palestinians to answer. What do the Palestinians need? And then it is absolutely up to the Judaic or to the Israeli government to follow through with that. The UN has stated several times that they would like Israel to stop what they're doing. The UN has called for Israel to stop what they're doing several times. It could start with with Israel actually just listening to the UN, right? It could start with Israel just actually listening to what is being asked of them around the globe by other countries around the globe. But I don't think that it's for anybody outside of that region to decide what is needed for Palestinians to be able to achieve peace. I think it is only for the Palestinian people to decide what needs to be done to help them. I think that when we decide what needs to be done to help other people, that's where wars start. When the United States decides that it is their job to govern the rest of the world or decide for the rest of the world what needs to be done, this is how wars start. If the United States hadn't done what they did, we wouldn't be doing this now. The United States is responsible for Israel overthrowing the Palestinian government. The United States is responsible for what is going on in that area. And so I personally believe that the best way to seek peace is to ask the Palestinians what they need for peace and what they need to actually be okay, and then to get the fuck out, because it's not us. It's not us. It's not our job, right? And the fact that the United States thinks it's their job to rule the rest of the fucking world and to decide for the rest of the world what the fuck is going on is really, really, really the biggest part of the problem that we're dealing with. Because if the United States was not sitting here deciding that they were going to fund a refugee group that was in another country so that that refugee group could overthrow the government of that country, then Israel wouldn't be a state. Palestine would be, right? Palestine would be a state in which refugees were welcome, because at the time when Israel decided to overthrow the Palestinian government, Palestine was a state in which they had welcomed the Israeli refugees, right? So if we weren't over there funding the wholesale genocide of the Palestinian people by the Israeli people, we would absolutely see a lot more peace. So I really think that, first of all, we need to, as a world, ask Palestine what it needs right now. What do you need to live? Because at this point, Palestine has been, forced into a ghetto for a century, right? Palestine has been forced into concentration camps for a century. And so I think that we need to ask Palestine what they need to be able to be okay again as a country and as a people, and then do what Palestine says that they need to do to be okay for as a country and as a people. And then we need to stop fucking funding people killing people. We need to stop fucking funding people killing people, right? Keep your racism and your Islamophobia out of my chat. You won't like my response to your racism and your Islamophobia. Just because you think that brown children deserve to die does not mean that brown children deserve to die. Take your hate elsewhere, you morally, ethically corrupt human. Take your belief that brown children should die elsewhere, you morally, ethically corrupt human being. Also, I would recommend counseling because you probably have narcissism or megalomania because you obviously have no compassion. Well, all I have to say is that all of your trolling is building the following and building the amount of people in this chat watching what's going on and building the knowledge that Israel is the terrorist organization and that Palestine is the indigenous group deserving of their freedom. So keep your troll comments up, keep your Islamophobia up, keep your racism up, keep your supporting of terrorism and your supporting of the murder of children up. Because all you're doing is making sure that more people out here understand what's really going on in the area. Palestinians are the descendants of the Canaanites. DNA, through archaeology, proves that Palestinians and Lebanese people are the descendants of the Canaanites. The Torah documents how the Israelites colonized the Canaanites. The Torah documents that the Israelites are from a river in Jordan. The Torah documents this. The Israelites document this. The Israelites document that their homeland is not Palestine. The Israelites document that due to manifest destiny, they committed atrocities against a people because their God said that they could. The Israelites document this. I don't document this. It's in their Bible. The DNA, of course, comes from archaeological evidence, and that's all new stuff. And that is stuff that, you can find articles on and stuff like that. But the colonization of the Palestinians as the Canaanites in that region is documented by the colonizers. They document their destruction of people. They document their destruction of cities. They document their destruction, their rape, their pillage, their horrors, and their atrocities, right? They document that. You don't need me to document it for them. They document it there, right? They document it. I'm wrong about what the Bible says. I'm wrong that, we all know that Israel colonized Canaan. Like, we all know that. Like, it's like they teach this shit in school. Like, we all know that. We all know that Israel conquers and colonizes Canaan because God said that that was the land that Israel could have. We all know that. Technically, they're indigenous because of the fact that they are the Canaanite descendants, right? And the Canaanites are the earliest documented people of that region. When we look further back in the DNA, we actually see that the people before the Canaanites within that region share the same DNA with the Canaanites. So we are talking continuous occupation of a region. So the DNA evidence shows that the Canaanites are the people that have been indigenous to that region, and the DNA evidence shows that the Palestinians are descendants of the Canaanites, which shows that the Palestinians are indigenous to that region. So the DNA and the archaeology shows that the Palestinians are the Canaanites, and the Bible shows that the Israelites conquered and colonized Canaan, and that they did it brutally. The Bible shows that, the Torah shows that, the Christian Bible shows that, even the Quran shows that, right? Because the Torah is part of the Quran. So it's documented, it's well documented, it's well known, right? Since everybody traded with everybody, does that mean that nobody had a right to land? No. If a people is indigenous to a space, if a people has lived in a space, they belong to that space. That land doesn't belong to them, they belong to it. Your idea that land should belong to a people instead of a people belonging to a land is really your colonized thought process, your indoctrinated thought process that is really based on the narcissistic God kings. And it really comes down to the ownership of land, which really is how we get the idea that we can own people and all these other things, right? And really, it goes back 10,000 years to the narcissistic God kings in that area. I mean, let's be real, in that area. Um, in the Fertile Crescent region, right? And so your idea that that humans can own land instead of belonging to land, that's a very indoctrinated, colonized mindset. That's a very Western mindset. And it is very harmful. It's where we see the rise of violence. It's really why we're in the situations that we're in now and why we have the problems that we have now, right? Yeah, property and ownership is the problem. And property ownership is a huge problem. And it's a huge problem that we can document the start of. We see the start of, and that we see the rise of violence starting with the idea that one can own property. Because with the idea that one can own property, we get the idea that one can own people. And we get the idea that one can own people, we get the idea that some are superior to others, right? And it also goes back to that thought process of othering. We've talked about that here several times, othering, because if I can get you to believe that it's your next door neighbor that's the problem instead of the government that's trying to kill you, then you won't overthrow the government that's trying to kill you. You'll hate your next door neighbor instead, right? And all of that really is the problem. All of that really starts in the Fertile Crescent area. It actually starts in a river in Jordan. So because all of that really starts in that area, it is definitely, within that area, though it is definitely not indigenous, right? It's not an indigenous frame of mind. An indigenous frame of mind states that we belong to the land, not that the land belongs to us. And that's pretty true of pretty much any animistic culture, because any animistic culture thinks of themselves as just a part of the world, right? Just another piece in the biome, just another animal here. And because animistic cultures think of themselves as just another piece of the biome, just another part of the world, just another animal within the space, they do not see themselves as being in ownership of others. They see themselves as being belonging to, not as owning, right? It's a huge difference in thought process. And it is really sad that we've kind of gotten away from that, but it is a shared thought process that was shared pretty much across the globe. And it's one of the few things that, because we have to make sure that we understand that traditions and stuff like that are not pan indigenous, right? Like nothing is pan, nothing is global. There are a few things that we see that work the same throughout all cultures that practice a certain thing, right? So just like all cultures who practice Christianity worship a deity, right? All cultures that are animistic in thought process think of themselves as just a part of the biome and another one of the animals within the biome, and therefore they're not set above, right? So when we look at that, we have to make sure that we understand again that that does not mean that all cultures have the same practices and traditions. It does, on the other hand, mean that there is a standard shared thought of origin or standard shared thought of life, right? Oh, you can block me, Kevin. It's really easy. All you have to do is block me, and then you won't see me anymore if you don't want to see me, honey. It's pretty easy. You can do it. It's real easy. You just hit block. Sure, whatever. I mean, you might think so, but I'm only giving you stuff that's easily Googleable for you to find, right? I mean, really, we're literally talking about stuff that is not even hidden. I mean, Google the UN, Palestine, and Israel, not even hidden, right? Google the descendants of the Canaanites, not even hidden. Ask what happened to the Canaanites in the Bible, not even hidden, right? Like it's easy to find. It's definitely not something that you need a college degree to find. I mean, I have them, but that's not why I'm doing this. My college degree is in anthropology and archaeology, so typically we study paleoanthropology in here. But this is important. It's important when we see people facing a genocide and we see a million fucking children being murdered that we stand up against terrorism. It's important that when we see a million fucking people being murdered, children being murdered, that we stand up against that. That's important as humans. that when we see atrocities happen, that we stand up against the atrocities. And that's why we're talking about this in here today. Because when we watch atrocities happen and we stand by and do nothing, that is the true evil. Anybody in here watch Boondock Saints? True evil happens when people witness horror and stand by and do nothing. True evil happens when people witness horror and stand by and do nothing. You might be it. Let me see if I can. YouTube, I'm going to move the camera for just a couple minutes. I apologize, but I need to get this to work. I had to delete a couple people. Bird, you said you were capable too, right? Are you still in here, Lovity? Pickle, I'm adding you as well. I don't answer people who decide that they're going to. Bird, I'm going to add you in as a moderator, love. Unless that's not comfortable. Anybody who I just added as a moderator, if that is not comfortable for you, let me know and I'll remove you. I didn't mean to, like voluntold people. Just because Jews have lived in Israel for thousands of years doesn't mean that they didn't colonize the space in the first place. Have a great one, Mia. Thank you for so much. Actually, Israel elected Hamas to support Palestine or to rule Palestine. It was not the Palestinians who elected Hamas. It was Israel who put Hamas in the position that Hamas was in. If you read the actual fucking history on the subject. If I missed a question and you would like to repeat it, you're more than welcome to repeat it. But if you decide that you're going to order me to do something, you need to go somewhere else because I'm not doing shit on orders, right? It's just not happening. But if I missed an actual question and you have an actual question, you're more than welcome to ask it again. I'll do my best to see it. It is a fast scroll and I am doing other things kind of to not really look within here, right? Just because I know that it can get really trolly and I know it's really trolly right now and it gets really distracting and hard for me sometimes. And so I'm not watching too much. But if you were asking in general, well, race doesn't exist. Race is debunked. Race doesn't actually exist. You also think that I'm white and I'm not, but that's cute of you. And I don't hate even white people. Like I have a huge problem with colonizers and I have a huge problem with people who are white, like as in the culture of white. But that doesn't mean I have a problem with people whose skin is light, right? Skin color and culture are two drastically different things, especially when we come with white. Like white is absolutely a culture, but just because your skin is white doesn't mean that you're white. And that's not why I say I'm not white. I'm indigenous. But I do absolutely have a problem with the culture of white. I don't have a problem with people who Skin color might absolutely be white. I mean, obviously, I look white, and I have children who are light of skin. So read a book. How many? I read your Bible. It stated what I'm stating. Ha ha. Your book says this. I'm getting this from the books you're telling me to read, motherfucker. So have fun with that. Go read your books instead of telling everybody else to, because maybe then you'd know what it actually stated. Most of you don't. Most of you seem to know what they think it states, but you don't really know what it states. Do I seem mad to you? Because I'm not mad. You haven't pissed me off. It's cute that you think you can. The state of Israel and the Judaic people are two different things, right? Judaic people are across the globe and they are not the state of Israel. The state of Israel is a state, it's a government, and the Judaic people are not their government. And a Judaic person here in the United States is not part of the Israeli government, right? They're two different things. So you can be a part of a religious group or religious ethnicity, because it's an ethno-religious ethnicity, and not actually be a part of the government or the state that you may have never even lived in, right? Because many people have never even lived in the state of Israel and they are Judaic people, right? You like my warts? Thank you. I think they're cute, along with my blue lipstick. Actually, I think white culture is plastic, and white culture is it lacks background. Like white culture doesn't think of ancestry, it doesn't think of the past, it thinks only of a perceived future, and it usually has a tendency to replace things. Like everything's easily replaced within a year, right? Yes, absolutely, we condemn Hamas as well. Now, I will state that I think that Hamas is not indicative of the Palestinians, and I do not think that Hamas is indicative is Islam. Any religious extremism group is problematic. Any religious extremism group is an issue. No, I'm not confusing American culture with white culture. White culture and American culture are the same thing. If somebody is Scandinavian, they're not white. Their skin might be white, but they're not white. If somebody is English, they're not white. Their skin may be white, but they're not white. If somebody is in the United States and has no connection to their ancestry and could not tell you that they're European American or they're Swedish American, that's white. Their skin color is what dictates their lifestyle, not their heritage, not who they are. Right. And that's why I say that white is a culture. It's not a skin color, right? Because it is a culture of disconnection. It is a culture of plasticity. It's a culture without connection. It's a culture without thoughts of others, right? My background, because it was asked by somebody who just came in, I'm an archaeologist and an anthropologist. I'm a historian. I'm an activist. I'm a healer. I'm a teacher. I have degrees in Western academics, though I don't usually follow Western academics so much because I don't have a lot of faith in Western academics. I do have degrees because you have to have those degrees to be heard a lot of the time. My degrees are in medicine and in anthropology. And I use TikTok as a free teaching platform because I don't believe that education should be kept behind a $40,000 a year paywall. I'm globally mixed. I literally come from every corner of the planet. My ancestry is from everywhere. I do belong to the melting pot, right? And my heritage, my raising, and who I would call myself or identify as indigenous. And so I would call myself globally mixed and indigenous. That is who I am. You're right. A degree does not give a person common sense. I didn't state that the degree gave me common sense. I stated that the degree gave me a window into academia so that I can argue with academics on their same level. I did not get a degree for common sense. I had common sense before that degree. But you do not need a degree for common sense. Most people that I know with degrees might not have common sense. You also don't need a degree to actually read people and read things and understand history and understand archaeology and anthropology and medicine and the things that have been happening. You absolutely don't need a degree for that, right? So you know common sense in history doesn't say winner takes all. Common sense in history states that if you can overpower me and hold me down, that as long as you can overpower me and hold me down, you have control over me. But the minute you let up just a little bit, you better watch your fucking back. That's what common sense in history says. Common sense in history states that if you weigh more than me, you can pin me down. You can even violate my body. If you weigh more than me, you can pin me down and violate my body. A lot of us have had that happen. That doesn't mean you won. Doesn't mean you won. Winning isn't taking control. Winning is living through the control somebody else took. Winning isn't taking control from another people. Winning isn't taking control from a woman. Winning isn't taking control. Winning is living through the control that was taken from you. That's what winning is. So, I don't buy into your thought process. It's a pretty white American thought process, actually. And it's to justify the atrocities that you've been committing, right? That you want to keep justifying. But that's not winning. You think you won. And you might be in charge for a little while, but that doesn't mean you won jack shit, as any divorced man will ever tell you. Just because you were in charge for a little while does not mean you won jack shit. It means you were in charge for a little while. And usually those who were in charge for a little while and take it by force lose in the end. Just so you're aware, whatever they thought they won, they lose in the end, right? So your idea of what winning is really false. Your idea that you have to have, and it's part of your biblical thought process, just saying, is part of that narcissism that the Bible teaches you, that you won because you have some measure of control, but the fact is that you didn't. You just have some measure of control for now. And if history teaches us anything, especially like the history of the Palestinian region that we're discussing today, if history teaches us anything, it is that the colonizers never have control for long. If history teaches us anything, it is that the colonizers never have control for long. If history teaches anything, it is that everybody who's won anything by that brutality ends up dead in the long run. That anybody who's won control by atrocity and horror ends up on the wrong side of history. Hitler won for a while. Did Hitler win? He won for a while. And if history, and especially the history of this region, teaches you anything, what it teaches you is that just because you have control for now does not mean you will have control forever. And just because you have control for now does not mean that you will not be the one to pay in the end. I mean, the Judaic history within Palestine, within that region, actually shows us that the Judaic people came in and they colonized, brutally, violently colonized the Canaanites, who are the ancestors of the Palestinian people. And then they were brutally colonized themselves and set to wander the fucking earth. So if history teaches us anything, what history teaches us is that the colonizers don't actually win. They may have power for a little while, but in the end, they're overthrown. In the end, they're gone. And in the end, it is the indigenous people who end up remaining. That is what history, archaeology, and anthropology teaches us. No. Tell me the history of that region is any different. Canaanites were in that region. The Israelites came in and conquered Canaan. And then the Israelites were conquered first by like one other group and then by the Romans, right? Then they were colonized by the Romans. And then they were kicked out of that region. And I can take it back to the start of Homo sapien as a species. So, how far do you want to take it back? Because I can take it back as far as it goes. I can take it back further than anybody you know. So, how far do you want to take it back? Because I can take it back. Absolutely. I danced on the streets in 9/11, didn't you? We deserved that. We had that shit coming. We paid for it. We financed it. We created it. We had that shit coming. And if you don't stand with the people who have acknowledged the fact that you deserved something you got, that's only because you're a fucking coward. If you're pissed that people were happy that you got what you deserved and you were held accountable for something, it's because you're a coward. Take your cowardice elsewhere, coward. I don't pay taxes, actually. I'm a disabled war vet. I don't pay taxes. As a disabled war vet, they don't take taxes out of my disability. Hater. Yes. Yes. Actually, it's a great act of love to hate genocide. It's a great act of love to hate people who are killing people. It's a great act of love to stand against genocide and oppression and horror. But you can call it hater all you want. I can say whatever the fuck I want about 9/11. I'm a war vet. Period. You don't get the right to police me on it. Every freedom you have, I fought for and defended. Every right for you to say the shit you're saying in my chat, I fought for and defended. You don't get the right to tell me what the fuck to do. I fought for my right. I fought for my right. You're the coward that hasn't fought for your right. So you don't get to tell me what I get to do because you haven't fought for my right to do it. And I have fought for your right to do it. So you can kiss my ever loving ass. I did fight for capitalism. Absolutely did. Absolutely, my time in the military is not my best move. I did it because, like many people I know, I was dirt floor poor growing up, and I do mean literal dirt floor. And I was living in poverty, and I was trying to do better for my daughter. And so, like many people, I joined the military. It was not my best choice. It was the best choice given what I had, but it was not my best choice. But I did fight for capitalism, and I did fight for oil, which is why, since I've been back, I've fulfilled my oath and fought for my people against all enemies, foreign and domestic, right? And fought for my people against the domestic terrorism that is here within the United States. Meaning, not what you think it means, but meaning the government, right? Meaning that which is the terrorist here in the United States, the true terrorist here in the United States, right? So, as a war vet, I have earned the right to say the things that I say. I have earned the right to do the things that I do in a way that, unless you are a veteran, you have not. Okay. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have your right. I fought for you to have your right, but it does mean that you don't get to tell me what I can and can't do because you haven't earned that right. I'm not here telling you what you can and can't do, except for telling you how you can talk in my space, which we all have the right to tell somebody how to talk in your space. We all have the right to set boundaries, right? But I'm not out here telling you what you can do. You're thinking that you get to tell me what to do, but bitch, you ain't earned it. I did. You ain't earned it. I did. Oh, you can report me. It's not like it hasn't happened 1,000 times. You don't think I ain't been fucking live banned on this thing 1,000 fucking times? You nuts. But I haven't done anything against community content. I haven't done anything that is against TikTok rules. Oh, because I'm actually doing my nails. and totally taking it respectful. I'm sorry. I know it's a lot of filing and stuff. I needed to do my nails today, and I'm dealing with a lot today. And so this was kind of a way to do my nails and actually do the live that I've been needing to do, because I haven't done a live in a few days, and I do try to get in every few days. And I wasn't able to over the weekend because I've just been dealing with a lot. We had birthday parties and all this other sort of stuff. And so I came in to do the live, but I have been filing for fucking ever. I am well aware, and I fucking recognize that. I do dip powder nails is what I do. Like I use these. And so like I had to file off the old nails, which I did before I joined in. Actually, I had to file off the old nails, and then I had to file my nails down so I could put the tips on and put the dip on. And that's what you've heard, is the filing down so that I could put the tips on, so I could put the dip on. And now I'm filing the dipped nails so that I can put stickers on and make them pretty. So I am sitting on stolen land. You're right. I'm an indigenous human being to the United States, or to Turtle Island. I'm indigenous to Turtle Island. So I am sitting on stolen land. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah, I am. I'm actually starting to do it. Like I've got a sister who I'm starting to do my sister's nails, and I'm starting to do my kids' nails for them too. I've been, and I don't have nail tech experience. I just have been learning. Dip nails are actually pretty easy if it's something that you're interested in, because all you have to do is paint your nails and dip them in something. So if you do like to do your nails, I have to do my nails. I have very sharp nails no matter what I do to them. And with my current partner, first 6 months we were together, I sliced part of their genitalia open during intimacy like 3 times. And the last time I left like an inch-long slice on their genitalia with my nail. And so I do my nails so that I don't harm my partner, basically. So I absolutely, and I was paying for it, but it's so fucking expensive to pay for. So I started doing them at home so that I don't slice my partner open when we're intimate, because it's not an easy thing to recover from. Nobody likes the head of their penis to be sliced open by an inch, right? Slayer, what are you asking? I didn't see what you're asking. When and where did I serve? I was in the Army. My MOS at the time was 62 Hotel. I think the MOS title is currently 21 Victor, or it was as I was getting out. I was stationed in Fort Polk, Louisiana, armpit of the Army, and I was in Iraq in 03, in Kuwait in 03, for the actual war that went on in 03, the 72 days that we were actually at war, and I was there for that in 03. And I built Arifjan, and I built Camden Yards. I think they renamed that like something else, like Seahorse or something else. And I built TA Coyote, and I built EPW camps in Iraq. I built Buka in Iraq, Buka 1 and Buka 2 in Iraq, because that's what I did. I was an engineer in the military. Oh, that's awesome, Bert. I left Fort Polk in 2004. That's cool. But I in Iraq, I built Buka, and then in Kuwait, I built Camden Yards, Arifjan, and TA Coyote. You don't represent Native Americans. That's cute, but you're not representing my people. You're not representing all of us, obviously. You don't represent all Native Americans, obviously. So have fun with that thought process. No, I'm advocating for Israel to leave the country of Palestine because it's not their country, and they are the terrorist group within that country. I'm advocating for Israel to stop the genocide that they're causing, or that they're committing. That's what I'm advocating for. I will never be on the side of the United States. Not ever. The United States government is a foreign occupying terrorist government, and every single part of the United States government is problematic. I don't know. Sean Connery could have Native American ancestry. You know, there are people in Iceland who have Native American ancestry, like they have Native American DNA because of the times that the Vikings actually traveled to Vinland. right? So Sean Connery could absolutely have Native American ancestry. You don't know. Um, but that's not why I say I'm Native American. I'm Native American because I belong, because I have community, because I am a part of. I am definitely Indigenous, but you can take it anywhere you want. What are my thoughts then were bad. I didn't like the war. I literally joined because my daughter, I had a child and I could not figure out how to feed my child anymore. Like no matter what I was doing, I was working full time and I was I had no help from anybody else and I could not figure out how to take care of my child. Right. And so financially I was destitute. And so I joined because I could give my child a home and I could make an income and I could feed my child. That's why I joined the military. I was never for the war in Iraq. I've never been for the wars that the United States has committed. Like many other people, especially Indigenous people, and especially other people of marginalized communities, the war is really just one of those ways out. Jordan, the Judaic people are indigenous to Jordan, not to Palestine, but to Jordan. They document where they're indigenous to in their Torah. I was looking for a way out of poverty, and that's why I joined. I never supported. In fact, when we landed in Iraq, I had a sergeant in my platoon tell me that we were there for a holy war because she was from Texas and she was where Bush was from, and we were there for a holy war. And I was like, I don't believe in your God. So if we're here for a holy war, you can send my ass right fucking back, right? So actually, there are a lot of Middle Eastern countries that support Palestine. The United States is one of the few countries that doesn't support Palestine. Almost every country on this planet says that Palestine is a country and that Palestine deserves their land and they deserve to not be under foreign occupation. What about what Hamas did? 1,400 compared to 10,000. Who's the terrorist? The person who killed 1,400 or the person who killed 10,000? There's 167. I'm not going to name the countries. The people who killed 1,400 are the terrorists. It's okay to kill 10,000 children as long as they're brown, is what you're saying. You can take your racism out of here. If you're okay with the murder of children because they're brown, you have a problem. You should see a counselor. You might be psychotic. If you're okay with the murder of children because they're brown, then you're a terrorist. You have an issue. You should see a counselor because you might be psychotic. If you're okay with the murder of children because they're brown, it's okay to murder brown children. It's not okay to murder fucking Israel adults, but it's okay to murder brown children. Then you have a problem and you need to see a therapist. Yes, Judaic people can be brown and Palestinian people can be white. But most people's problem is with the fact that Palestinians speak Arabic and they're Islamic. Some of them. They're not all Islamic and they don't all speak Arabic. Yet most people's problem is the fact that they're Islamic and that they speak Arabic. And that relates to most people's mind as brown. And most people don't see that the vast majority of Judaic people are not white, right? White is the minority among Judaic people. Most people see Judaic people as white and see anybody who's Arab as brown. And so they're okay with the killing of Palestinian children because in their mind, Palestinian children are Arab, Muslim, and therefore brown. But they're not okay with the killing of Judaic adults because of the fact that in their mind, they're Israelites, therefore founders of the Bible, and they're white in their mind, right? Your problem was with Muslims, so you think it's okay to kill Muslim children. That's not acceptable. And why is your problem with Islam? Islam is a beautiful religion that teaches love. Your problem is with religious extremists, which you can find in every religion. Do you have the same problem with the Westboro Baptist Church? It's a religious extremist group as well. Israel, the state, is a religious extremist group, but you don't have a problem with them. Hamas didn't start the war. The war started in 1948, and Hamas doesn't start until 1980 and doesn't get any control until Israel gives them control in 1990. So Hamas doesn't start the war. Israel starts the war. The Israelites, according to the Israelites, are Jordanian. According to the Israelites, their homeland is actually in Jordan, like they're indigenous to a river in Jordan, according to their own documentation, according to their own Bible, according to their own history, they are Jordanian. They are not Palestinian. According to their own history, they colonized Palestine. According to their own history, they brutally colonized Palestine, right? Just because Jordanians don't practice the Torah, Palestinians don't practice the Torah either. And Jordanians, if they're Christian or if they're Islamic, would practice the Torah because the Torah is the basis of the Bible and the Quran. No, I have degrees in anthropology and archaeology, but part of that is in Middle Eastern archaeology and anthropology. So my degree isn't in Middle Eastern fucking politics, but my degree is in that region and what's happened in that region. It started 3,000 years ago when the Israeli people colonized the Canaanites, who are the ancestors of the Palestinians. Apparently, you're okay with terrorism because you're okay with Israel, and Israel is the terrorist in this situation. It is not a terrorist to fight back against your foreign occupying government. That's not terrorism. Fighting back against people who are genociding you is not terrorism. It is terrorism to genocide a people. Israel started this war. That's who started this war. And that's common knowledge. Like, it's easy to find. Israel started this war. It's common knowledge. I don't know where the pro-Palestinian protests were before October 7th. I'm not in a protest right now. I'm doing a live. And I've been pro-Palestinian since before. It is easy to find. It's the truth. All you have to do is read the Bible. If you read the Bible, you'll find it. It's easy to find in your fucking oldest documenting text. Like, I mean, it's easy to find, sweetheart. Colonization has never been good. Colonization is why we're fucking going extinct as a species. Colonization is why we won't be here in 100 years. Unless we can overthrow the colonizers and get land back on a global scale to indigenous people on a global scale, we won't be here in 100 years because of colonization. Imagining butchering children and then playing the victim. That's what Israel's done. Imagining butchering people for 100 years and then playing the victim. That's what Israel is doing. They've butchered people for 100 years and they're playing the victim. Palestinians' origin is right where they're at. Palestinians are descendants of the Canaanites from that area. That is Palestinians' origin. That's what the DNA states. The archaeological evidence in the DNA states that. They absolutely have indigenous people have their land back on a global scale. Turtle Island indigenous people, Abayalian indigenous people, Sami indigenous people, Ainu indigenous people, the many different indigenous groups across Africa, all should have their land back. Ukrainians should have their land back. That's another indigenous group who is fighting foreign occupation. The Tigrayan people should have their land back. That's another indigenous people who is fighting foreign occupation. The Palestinian people should have their land back. It's another indigenous group fighting foreign occupation. I am Turtle Island indigenous. You're right, I am living in land that has been stolen. And you're right that it was stolen by half of my ancestors, but it was stolen from the other half of my ancestors. And that is it. The U.S. supports Israel because white guilt. The U.S. supports Israel because of white guilt. The U.S. supports Israel because of white guilt. And anybody in here who's supporting Israel is doing it because of white guilt. You're doing it because of your white guilt. That's your issue, not mine. It was Palestinian land. Canaan is the indigenous people of that land, and Palestinians are the descendants of Canaan. So they are the indigenous people of that land. "9/11 deserved to happen, and we paid for it. The U.S. government paid for 9/11 to happen. The U.S. government funded that group. The U.S. government funded it. If you don't know that, then you don't know jack shit. The U.S. government funded the people that did 9/11. The U.S. government trains the people that did 9/11, right? And if you don't know that, then you've never been in the military, because anybody in the military knows that shit. And if you don't know that, then you don't read history and you don't look at facts, right? 9/11 was funded by the United States. And in truth, the United States deserved it. We are a country of colonizers and a country of atrocity. And we were committing genocide against another group of people. And we deserved to have people attack us. I'm a war vet. You can call me a traitor all you fucking want. But as a war vet, keep your shit to yourself. Unless you've gone to war for this country, you don't get to tell me who I am. I'd rather be a Smurf than a human being. Most humans are fucked up. I'm a war vet, actually. I'm a war vet with documentation because I'm disabled. And I keep that all really fucking close because I'm disabled. So, nice try, but you should not be deciding that people aren't something when they have the fucking documents to back that shit up. Oh, my quick wrap shit has so much shit in it. You see this? This is called the DD-214. If you're anybody from the military, you would realize that. See this right here? This line here? It states I was in Iraq. Have fun with that. I'm Turtle Island Indigenous. I would rather free my country from its oppressors than leave it. Like most people in this world that aren't white Americans, because white Americans are pretty much cowardice, who would much rather run from a fight than actually try and make changes or do better for the world, right? So like most of the world that aren't white Americans, when I see that something is wrong, I do my best to affect change for it. When my home is under threat or my home is being harmed, I do my best to save my home and repair my home. I know that that's kind of the antithesis of the American way, because most Americans are cowards and most Americans really would much rather not. But I, being Indigenous, actually believe that it is much better to actually stay and try and save my home than run. And, if you're a coward and you think that it's better to run when your home's under fire, that's you. That's you. That's okay. I'm not a coward. I'm a warrior. And I believe that it's best to defend and to try and change and to try and do good for others, right? But, you're probably a white American, and that makes a whole lot of sense if you think that it's better to run, because that is definitely what you all do. Anytime you're faced with fear or the facts, you run. That's white patriotism in the United States for you, right? You just run. You just run. Who hurt me? The U.S. government, actually. I'm disabled because of the U.S. government. I'm disabled because white men in America. That's why I'm disabled. So that's who hurt me. That's who I seek a lot of mental health treatment for, right? That's why I'm in counseling for military sexual trauma, because white men in America, they hurt everybody. And I do not mean the skin color. I absolutely mean the culture. So that's who hurt me, honey pie. It's what hurt you too. I'll be real. It's just hurting you too. If you were to recognize the fact that what's hurting you is the fact that you have a culture that doesn't care about you, that teaches you that nurture and communal is bad, that teaches you that taking care of other people is bad. If you were to realize that, then you wouldn't be as hurt as you are. You wouldn't be in here trolling, and you wouldn't be out here supporting genocide. But because you're so hurt by what has happened to you, and you really don't even see who's causing the trauma, you are supporting genocide and attacking people online because you think that that's the appropriate thing to do because somebody hurt you. And I get that, right? I get that. I get that fear and that cowardice and that, like inability to actually like see truth it's really a part of what you were indoctrinated into. I get that for the most part, your culture tells you that believing anything that is not the line that you've been taught is problematic. I get for the most part that you think that really you're winning, which is kind of a disgusting thing. But I get that. I mean, I've seen enough of you guys to know what the problem is. I don't really give a shit. And I know that you're not the solution. You're actually part of the problem. But I totally understand where you're at, right? I totally understand why you are, unable to have compassion and empathy. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness that teaches you that compassion and empathy is wrong, and that it's okay to genocide a people if you disagree with their religion or the language they speak or the color of their skin. I get that. I mean, I grew up, I didn't really grow up within most American spaces. I grew up kind of outside of American spaces, but I did grow up in this country. And so I did actually like spend some time in your guys' school, not a whole lot, but some time in your guys' school. So I actually, my teachers didn't like it when I told them how wrong they were, but I've actually seen the indoctrination that you've gone through. And so I do understand why you believe the things that you do and why you are the way that you are. I also understand just how problematic it is and just how hurt you are, right? Just how hurt you are, right? So Palestinians are not from the Caucasus Mountains, which is right above the Levant area, right? Like the Levant area touches the Caucasus Mountains. But Palestinians are actually from Canaan. They're the descendants of the Canaanites. The Canaanites are the indigenous people in the area that the Israelites document their genocide of in the Bible. So the Palestinians, being the descendants of the Canaanites, are absolutely the indigenous people of that area. And they are absolutely not from the Caucasus region, which again, the Caucasus region touches the top of the Levant area, which includes like Lebanon and stuff like that. So no, nice try. I was desperately poor and had a child, and I joined the military because it was the only way that I could see to give her a home and medical insurance and be able to take care of her. I'm not trying to touch the top. Your idea of what winning in is really disgusting. My idea is the thought process of community. I truly believe in community. I'm not trying to be the top dog in any situation. I don't need to be. I find the idea of needing to be the top dog or the best in any situation kind of disgusting, to be really honest. I think it's really egotistical and really problematic and usually shows some form of mental illness. Your need to be in the top, to be the good guy, to be to be perfect. It's really problematic and disgusting. I'm not trying to do that, right? So dude is over here like he is my captor and I'm a POW asking me name, rank, and fucking soch. And get over yourself, bitch. Take it elsewhere. Israel is the terrorist, not Hamas. It's not Israel's land. Israel documents their land as being on a river in Jordan. Israel documents their colonization of this land, of Palestine. Israel documents their destruction and genocide of the Canaanite people, who are the ancestors by DNA of the Palestinian people. Israel documents that stuff, right? And Israel is absolutely on the fucking watch list by the UN. Israel is on the UN's watch list, not Palestine, not Hamas. Hamas is not considered to be Hamas is not the terrorist group anywhere unless you're in the United States or in Israel. Those are the only two places in this world that considers fucking Hamas to be the terrorist. Everywhere else considers IDF or Israel to be the terrorist. Everybody else, including the UN, right? It's in Hamas. You're hearing hummus, which is a totally different word. Ham, two different words, right? Israel's monsters. The state of Israel has been killing children for a century now. The state of Israel has been committing a genocide. The state of Israel has people in ghettos, concentration camps. The state of Israel has been committing genocide for a century now. Hamas is 30 years old. The state of Israel has been killing their people since 1948. Literally, any information you go read that's not U.S. propaganda will tell you all of this shit. Just saying, right? Hamas probably wouldn't. I was raised Muslim. Like, I spent a year and a half. I know Islam. They wouldn't hurt me, right? You're really indoctrinated, and you really think it's something that it's not, right? It does, Anthony. It goes back way further than that. But it goes back to Israel actually documenting their colonization of Canaan with Manifest Destiny, Anthony. Israel actually documents how they use Manifest Destiny to colonize Canaan. And Canaan is the ancestors of the Palestinian people. You know, Palestine was a country, right? Like, documented, recognized by 167 other countries across the globe. Palestine is a country. The only countries that don't recognize it are Israel and the United States. The United States doesn't, because the United States always supports colonizers. The United States always supports genocide. The United States helps genocide, mainly because the United States commits its own genocide, and it doesn't want other people to look at it too closely. So it's going to help other genociders, so that you're looking at the other people committing genocide instead of the genocide that the United States is still committing, right? Just like Israel is still committing a genocide. Ooh, we're almost 4 hours into this. Why would I leave my country? Why would I, as an indigenous person, leave the country that I live in under foreign occupation to go to another country that's dealing with foreign occupation? Instead, I'll fight for my own land back and to overthrow my own colonizing government. I will support indigenous people across the globe trying to overthrow their colonizer governments, but I'm too busy trying to overthrow my colonizing government to go there. Also, again, when you have a problem with something and you're not a coward, you stay and you fix it. When you have a problem with something and you are a coward, that is when you actually go somewhere and do something else. All right. Have a great one, Bird. I support you in that, Art. I support your overthrow of your colonizers. Just like I support Ireland in its overthrow, and Cymru in its overthrow, and Canwick in its overthrow. I support all overthrowing of colonizing governments. The United States itself is a colonizing government. How do you think it got this land? It colonized this land. Like, everything about it is a colonizer. I'm sure you reported me. It's okay. I haven't said anything that is against community standards. It's not like you're the first. It's not like you're the last. You can report me, and that's okay because I'm not doing anything against community standards. I'm literally telling you the facts of a situation and telling you not to support terrorists. That's all. And if you have a problem with it, that's your own problem and your own cowardice, and that's fine. But if you think that you're going to report me and it's going to get you anywhere, have fun. I mean, you might get me taken down for 10 minutes. I am doing my nails. Yeah, Israel put Hamas in place. Hamas, it's Hamas, right? Hamas is there because Israel put them into place. Israel made Hamas. Not only did Israel make Hamas, but Israel funded Hamas, just like we funded Israel, right? Probably. I mean, I don't purport to pronounce anything right in English, and I'm not even sure what language Hamas is. Is it Arabic? Might be. I haven't spoken Arabic since I was 7, so I really don't say a lot of things right in Arabic either. You know? Yeah, the US government does fund ISIS and protects them, right? It is probably Arabic, though it's probably initials for something. Like, I'm pretty sure it's initials for something, so, Palestinians are the descendants of Canaan, which means that they are the indigenous people of that land. Okay, so it has been like 4 hours. I am going to go ahead and take off. Before I go ahead and take off, I want to remind everybody, as I always do, biologically, as a species, we are nurturing and communal. Biologically, we have something called mandatory midwifery, which means that we must have assistance giving birth to our children. And biologically, we have 5 life stages from neonate to adult. We're the only species that does that. And this means that we have 25 years of brain development of our children and 25 years where our children need help, right? It's been less later on, right? Or earlier on, been less earlier on, but right now it's 25 years. Because of this, it means that we must have community, and it means that we must nurture those children from neonate to adult over this extended period of time, which no other species on this planet has to do. So because of this, we see that biologically as a species, we are nurturing and communal. Okay. I was arrested in Portland in 2020. Actually, I wasn't arrested until the very end of 2020, start of 21. But I was arrested a few times. Great spot. So biologically, we are nurturing and communal as a species. We don't see the rise of violence start until roughly 10,000 years ago. And this is documented through archaeology and anthropology. And all of this stuff is found on my website, inwitaorg.com. Because biologically we are nurturing and communal as a species, we're living in a time when nurture and communal is not happening. We're taught that nurturing each other, and we're taught that being communal is faulty. We're taught that we shouldn't be like that. We're taught that it's okay to kill other people depending on what religion they are, right? The rise of othering comes 10,000 years ago with the rise of the narcissistic God kings, people in power over you, trying to make sure that instead of fighting the people who are trying to kill you, that you fight each other, because as long as they can keep infighting going down here, they can maintain power over you, which is currently what we're talking about, right? So biologically as a species, we are nurturing and communal, and biologically as a species, we're not violent. The rise of violence, again, happens 10,000 years ago, and it happens with the rise of the narcissistic God kings. It happens with the rise of ownership of land, and it happens with the idea that somebody can be in control of you, right? And, othering is just one of those things that kind of goes into it, right? I haven't seen anything like that, says Sunette. I haven't seen anything like that. So because of this, and we're living in a time where nobody is nurturing and communal, right? Where we're taught that feeding the homeless is wrong, where we're taught that taking care of our children is something only females do instead of both males and females, which is biologically what we're both supposed to be doing, right? Because we live in this society that's extremely sick and extremely ill, most of us are very depressed, and most of us are dealing with a lot of trauma and a lot of anxiety and depression, right? Because of this, we're having healthy responses to an unhealthy society. The society that we live in is the antithesis of everything that we're supposed to be as a species. The society that we live in tells you to hate. The society that we live in tells you that it's okay to harm other people. In fact, that it's the better thing to do to harm other people. And so, very many of us who are healthy are having a healthy response to that depression, anxiety, not wanting to deal with a lot of this stuff because it's a very traumatic society and we're healthy human beings. If you're not having a depression or anxiety response, and I'm sure a lot of the trolls in here today aren't, you really need to seek help because there's something mentally wrong with you. Having a normal response to an abnormal situation is the standard, is the okay, it's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to have a normal response to an abnormal situation. And if your response to the situation of trauma and the situation of this entire world that is teaching us to hate each other is to hate, then that's an abnormal response. That should be you actually going and seeing a counselor. You might be a narcissist. You might be a psychopath. I would double check if I were you. Not that you really care, because if you are along those lines, you have no compassion, no empathy, and you don't give a flying fuck, right? So I get that, whatever. There's a lot of trolls in this chat today. But for those of us who are having this typical and normal response to a traumatic society, this depression, this anxiety, this thing that is just really, really traumatic, that is harming us and harming everybody around us, and we're sitting here going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I don't want to do. You're having a healthy response to an unhealthy situation. You're having the right response to a wrong society. You are the necessary people to make change because you can see that there is something wrong. And it is only by seeing that something is wrong that we can affect change within society, right? I was a historian before I was an archaeologist. History is written by the winners, and most of it is wrong, but I am pretty damn well spot on my history, just so you know. Like, I can quote you quite a bit. This normal response to an abnormal society and an abnormal situation is what is going to get us out of where we're at. It is those of us who are awake enough to see what is going on who can affect the change to save our species. Our species is dying. We are the first species who is going to mass genocide themselves, mass extinct themselves. We're the first species to do that, and that is through our own egotism, right? You're having a normal response to an abnormal situation, and you are the necessary people to make and affect change on a global scale so that we do not kill ourselves off as a species, so that we get back to what is healthy for us. Because what, again, is healthy for us is to be nurturing and communal, right? Is to be nurturing and communal. So how do we get to that point? Land back on a global scale is the only way to get to that point. By returning tending and governance to Indigenous people on a global scale, we can return the tending of the land to a healthy state, because the current monocrop agriculture that's Western based that we are using is completely unhealthy for the land and pretty much anybody. I mean, it's common knowledge that it's very unhealthy for the land. It actually causes climate destruction, not climate change. Climate change happens naturally, but climate destruction. We see that in California, actually. It's a really good example of it. We also see it with the very first city that was created, Angazal, 10,000 years ago in Jordan. Your normal response is what gets us out of this state. And how to get there is land back. To give people globally the tending and governance of their space so that they can be returned to Indigenous thought process on a global scale. And understanding. That's a huge one. The awareness and the understanding that where we're at and what we're dealing with is not healthy, that it's not okay, that it is traumatic, that it is problematic. Okay. So when you're dealing with this, when you're dealing with this depression, when you're dealing with this anxiety, what I would ask of you is to remember that you are a necessary part of the change that we need for a global change to save our species, to ensure that our species does not end up dying off. Our species was created by the biome to tend the biome, and we have forgotten that. We have moved away from that. But if we can return to the tending and nurturing of the biome that we were created by the biome to do, then we can save the biome and ourselves. Earth's going to be here long after we're dead. We can save ourselves, right? So When you are sitting there in that depression and that anxiety, please remember that you are not the problem, you are the solution. You are not the problem, you are the solution. If you are able to see the problem, then you yourself are a part of the solution, right? So I ask you today to give yourself grace, to remember that you are a part of the solution, not the problem, and to know that you are worthy just by breathing. You don't have to be exploitable by your government. You don't have to be exploitable by your significant other. You don't have to be exploitable by your employer. That is not how your worth is valued. Your worth is valued because you breathe. Your worth is valued by the fact that you are a human, living, breathing. You are worthy, you are necessary, and you are needed. Now, if you're one of these people that is in here today and you're so stuck on your capitalistic thought process and your white guilt that you lack compassion and empathy for other people, maybe this doesn't apply to you. You might not be as worthy as those of us who actually fucking give a shit about others. You still have worth, you're still alive, you're still breathing, right? And your worth should not be dictated by what you can be exploited for, because currently that's what your worth is dictated in, is what you can be exploited for, right? So I ask you today to hold grace for yourself, right? I'm asking you today to understand that you are worthy, that you are part of the solution, not part of the problem, and to hold that, because I know for very, very many of us, we spend most of our time dealing with an extensive amount of pain, an extensive amount of trauma, and dealing with an extensive amount of depression because we're watching the world explode around us. You are necessary and you are needed. And I love you. I love you. Even the trolls. Even the trolls. Why? Because the trolls are bringing awareness too. They just don't mean to. Because every time the trolls comment, they boost our shows. Every time the trolls comment, more people see us. And every time the trolls comment and we respond with the truth and the knowledge that we have, they're boosting awareness, right? So even the trolls, take care of yourself. Remember that you're necessary. Remember that you're worthy. Remember that you don't have to be exploitable for others for that to stand true. And give yourself grace today. Give yourself grace today. You are necessary. You are worthy. You are needed. Much love to everybody in here, even the ick, right? Much love to every, absolutely pro-vax. But you can take your fucking obviously genocide supporting ass somewhere else, because you might have a problem, right? You might have a problem. Take care and take care of yourselves today, right? Much love to you. Just because a people can't speak their language doesn't mean they're not Indigenous. Just because a people was forced to speak their colonizer's language doesn't mean that they're not Indigenous. And just because a people was forced to follow their colonizer's religion doesn't mean they're not Indigenous. Indigenous to the Turtle Islands, Indigenous to Sweden, Indigenous to Palestine. Just because you speak your occupiers, your foreign occupiers' language, and just because you speak your foreign or worship in your foreign occupiers' religion does not mean that you are not Indigenous to that area. So all these hate comments in here, do not let them affect you. You do not have to speak your language to be Indigenous. Just because you speak the colonizer's tongue doesn't mean jack shit. And just because you follow the colonizer's religion doesn't mean jack shit. Those are things that were forced upon you. Those were traumas that were forced upon you. Just stating. Palestinians are the descendants of the Canaanites, so the Palestinians are indigenous to that land. The Judaic people document their colonization of the Canaanites, their brutal colonization of the Canaanites. So the Judaic people, the Israelites, the state of Israel, that is not the Judaic people on a global scale, but the state of Israel is the foreign occupiers and the colonizers in that land. My source is DNA. Take care, everybody. Have a great one. Much love to all of you. Much support. And again, remember that you are worthy just by breathing. You are necessary and you are loved. Take care, everybody. Land back globally. Bye, YouTube. Have a great one. Much love to you. I am assuming it's all the same that's still there. I love you much. Take care.